Buenos días.
Welcome to everyone. Good day. My name is Perez Vides, and on behalf of CAF, Latin American Caribbean Development Bank, and BICE, we give you a warm welcome to the carbon markets perspectives in Latin America and the Caribbean. We welcome all of you who are with us in the city of Buenos Aires and all of you who are following this broadcast from different places in the region from the YouTube channel. Today, we have experts and authorities from different countries to share ideas on the big challenges and opportunities that lay ahead for Latin America and the Caribbean in relation to the carbon markets and their usage to meet climate change mitigation goals. We invite you to join this conversation through the hashtag Mercados de Carbono, carbon markets, and hashtagging at BICE and at CAF. And I invite to the stage Jorge Sur, South Regional Manager, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF.
Buenos días a todos. Algunos debe ser buenas tardes porque hay mucha gente en
Good day to everyone. Good day and good night, because we have a lot of you connected on streaming from different parts of the world. Welcome, Cecilia Nicolini, Secretary of Climate Change, Sustainable Development and Innovation of Argentina, Ignacio de Mendiguren, Secretary of Industry and Productive Development, Argentina. Welcome to all of our participants from around the world and Brazil. I would like to greet our President, Sergio Yes Granado, and Vice President who will be joining us later on. They have had some agenda conflicts, but they have been the engines of this partnership, this strategic partnership with Argentina as a strategic partner with the BICE, and through them proposing an agenda such as today's agenda, the climate action and green funding agenda, who have been placed as priority issues for CAF. As you know, a year and a half in Asunción, CAF director and all of the countries, all of the member countries unanimously approved capitalization of the bank, the biggest one in history. And the main objective was to increase the bank's capabilities to financially and technically aid different countries in the region. And in one of them, we addressed climate change, everything linked to climate change and transforming CAF into the green bank in the region. This is an objective that was set forth through capitalization, the biggest one in history, as I said, that has to be developed with working with the public sector and the government, and also the private sector, with the biggest share of the private sector, and within the private sector, the development banks. So we have been dealing with climate action issues and private sector issues channeled through Development Bank. And this, of course, implies being at the focus of the objective that was set forth by capitalization for the next 5 years. Just a brief comment on the topic at hand. Many times, and I believe that we all agree on this, well, many times we say that in light of all climate action challenges, Latin America is not a problem region, but rather a solution to the problem. And this is so considering several perspectives, such as, for example, metrics linked decarbonization, but we're also part of the solution because of our natural resources. And the important thing is for this region, considered a solution, is effective, how we can transform our potential into a reality. And changes that have been played out through CAF, such as, for example, infrastructure, resilient infrastructure projects, working on renewable energy, lithium, green hydrogen, electromobility, uh, and everything related to clean energies. Well, this is a very broad agenda. But one of the main chapters facing the future lies in financing, how we can link conservation and the care of our natural resources with financing. Why do I say this? Because although in this region, what we consider a solution region, we have multiple visions for global climate action. We also have our own vision for the transition in energy and climate action. And to lead this forward, we need to have the funding tools or the financing tools to have our own vision that can then address also the global vision through our resources, our capabilities, and our resources. So we need to work in a compliant way, in a better way, and we must link these two issues, potentially being a solution to becoming an effective solution. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to our Argentine representative who's here today. And we want to especially thank the Argentine office for hosting and supporting this event. And of course, I would like to invite you to not only be here to learn and share good practices and proposals, but also to build collaboration networks that allow Latin America to go from a solution region to an effective solution region. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy today's event. Thank you so much for your kind words. Secretary de Mendiguren apologizes for not being able to join us because of a conflictive agenda and greets you all. We invite Mariano de Miguel, President of the Investment and Foreign Trade, Bank BICE. Good day to everyone. I have the hard task to replace Ignacio de Mendiguren. It could have been you, Carlos, but well, they chose me. I have this microphone because I will be a part of the panel in our next session. I thank you on behalf of Ignacio de Mendiguren. I thank all of you at CAF and BICE, and on behalf of Gladys, who allowed the BICE to be the host. And I imagine Jose, apart from thanking all of you, would have underscored the relevance of this event and topic at hand. I will talk about this later on. I know you know Jose. I believe you do. This is a pleasant event. I saw you once or twice. I remember we were during the pandemic and we were going through a hard time. This is a much more pleasant occasion. The same, Jorge, I had the pleasure of meeting you. Jose would have said, well, it's so nice to meet friends, old friends, friends of friends. And he would have underscored the relevance of this topic. If you know the Mendiguren, he is a fan of development. You cannot be a developer if you are not a fan of investment. And throughout time and under different circumstances, we were talking about this at the office with Jorge, development has a common base, a common denominator, and then it shapes out according to the specificities of the times. The same, we talked about it with Gladys. 67 years ago, development did not need sustainability or environment-friendly strategies. The interesting thing is that these topics, like, for example, carbon markets and the possibility they provide to mitigate the issue of climate change, well, in a way, the interesting thing is that they're not a burden or an obstacle, but rather they're leverage, which is key for development. So I am not as handsome as Jose, but I hope that I was able to convey his message to thank you. He just called me up and said that he regretted not being able to be here because he really enjoys these kinds of events. But unfortunately, he wasn't able. Well, you do it quite well. We invite Cecilia Nicolini, Secretary of Climate Change, Sustainable Development and Innovation of Argentina. I will switch this around a little bit. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Good day to everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this event. Jorge, it is always a pleasure to be here at CAF. Carla as well. Mariano, well, yes, it's true. We met several times during the pandemic, but the climate crisis is similar. It's a global issue. We have to look for solutions jointly, and there is no one solution. So this is our new reality. These are very special days and important days we're going through. Because in a way, we are defining the path for Argentina into the next 20, 30 years. And of course, there are a lot of topics that concern us. I was saying, well, Minister Massa was saying this last week at the Chamber of Commerce that we should not be isolated from the world. We need to have relevant trade partners such as Brazil, China, India, with whom we are going to trade, with whom we will have important partnerships. But of course, we have other challenges that exceed us as countries and a region. So we need to address them jointly. And we need to face the development of our own skills and talent. But how can we do this if we want to experiment with economic dollarization when we know we will be less competent if we do that? And how are we going to address climate crisis? I am sure you share this concern. Imagine our responsibility in dealing with this. Yesterday, I was in Mar del Plata. We were working on environmental assessment with some of my colleagues, and a few years back, when you ignored climate change, it was because you did not have the knowledge. But you know that this is something that goes back to 50 years, providing evidence on the relationship between greenhouse effect gases and global warming. And you might have said that it was lack of knowledge back then, but now it's not lack of knowledge, but rather being being a negationist or not accepting this fact, and then you will be setting back the country's possibilities to develop if we do not face the impacts of climate change. And also, we need to pay attention to the needs of our population, the most vulnerable sectors in society, and this, of course, has a big impact on their lives, and we need to look for solutions. And as Jorge said, and also Mariano mentioned this, climate crisis management shows that there are plenty of opportunities for Argentina's development and the region's development in the coming years. It has to become a relevant player in global climate transition, thinking in a sustainable development model for the future. And I must mention some of them. The first opportunity we see is the possibility to find uh, savings where there are losses. When we elaborated the mitigation plan for climate change 2030, we assessed something that is essential, how much this would cost us to invest in the transition, I mean, because as we have repeated several times, and we have several economists here, whatever you don't measure or quantify does not exist, and you cannot transform them into effective solutions and public policies. So now the equation has changed. It's not how much it will cost me, but how much will it cost me if I do not invest in this. We have had a historical drought in the past years with a loss of over $20 billion in losses because of non-investing in in this, and that is why we have had historical losses. And of course, this will repeat itself if we do not make the investment. And especially when we talk about carbon markets, uh, we have Amazonia with a record deforestation rate led through Bolsonaro's administration. And this means that, well, this is not related to carbon markets, but we also need to assess the impact that deforestation has on global markets. And this also leads to a loss of diversity and many other negative impacts. So when we assess the situation, we must realize that when we invest in climate or in adaptation policies or mitigation policies, all of these will allow us to build infrastructure so that when we have floods, we do not have to pay double or triple for health care, relocalization of populations, or caring those who have lost their assets, as we've seen in the past. So this is where we need to assess the economic equation. This is where it closes the deal. And of course, we need to find economic incentives so that we can drive forward climate policies. And this is the commitment in our government for it to become state policy transversal to all of our sectors. And the second issue, and I think this is a huge opportunity, and we have been talking about this lately, is the need to integrate. And that is why CAF is so essential in this debate, because this is not a one-sided conversation, just one side of the country, one province or one country. It has to be regional. It has to be at a global level, especially because through integration, we will have the possibility to negotiate at international level with more power, and we will reduce the asymmetries that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is why the announcements of Argentina being part of BRICS is a great news, because this will allow us from the from the global south to be a part of the conversation, such as Argentina or other countries who have some climate issues, but they also have huge weight on their debts, which is delaying sustainable development, or this is hindered because of the huge burden we have because of the debts, and we cannot make as much progress as we would like to. So when we need to negotiate with our allies, we will be performing much better if we are integrated. And this is an essential issue. We need to address all of these topics with a regional and integrational vision. And the third thing I would like to talk about, and this is the reason why we're here today, and I thank you so much for this. I see that there are a lot of people here who have been talking to us about the possibility of having a national strategy in Argentina for carbon markets. And as I said before, we need to have several variables there. On one side, the mechanisms at international scale that need to be negotiated. I have my team here who has been negotiating Article 6 of the Paris Agreement so that this can provide a global framework in order to value the carbon market initiatives from Argentina. But then we need to measure it. And if you want to buy some tons here and then sell it, you buy it here at 50 and then you sell it at 70 in the international market. So we need to have a mechanism that will balance us, and we need to also address historical issues that have led to climate crisis. And of course, we in Argentina are not the main responsible ones, but we are the ones who are suffering the impacts the most. And we have been working from the national cabinet together with external advisors. Many of you who are here have been a part of the development of the roadmap we need to build together so that these carbon markets become an essential tool that can leverage climate policies, fund them, and find the needed financing for projects in the provinces, in the private sector at national level that will allow us to have the necessary funds to face transitions, which we say there are many transitions. It's not just one. This is something that has to be done in several sectors, and this must then make ourselves be a part of the global market through different opportunities, and through climate policies and in the management of the resources, we will have the possibility to develop ourselves with sovereignty. And I'm sure that the Meniguren would also say this, we should develop ourselves, but setting the way, setting the direction forward, which has to be leveraged through knowledge, science, research. We are so proud of our research and development, and this is an essential tool to generate value and advance forward in sustainable development for the next 30 or 40 years. And it should be development with inclusion. Nothing can be done if we repeat old patterns of inequities, such as the ones we have in Latin America and the Caribbean, the biggest one in the world. This also brings about a lot of imbalance. So we need to generate opportunities. We need to generate better employment and have better living conditions so that we can coexist with the environment, with the opportunities we deserve, and with the commitment for this to become a reality. So I believe these conversations will contribute to the strategy. I'm sure that in just a few weeks, we will have it already set together with the National Cabinet of Climate Change, and we will start writing the fine print so that we can have it ready. I believe this agenda is quite interesting, and I thank you for contributing to this conversation by contributing knowledge and expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, for your words. And now I am going to invite to the stage Mariana. Please, again, also Jose Ricardo Saceron, the Vice President of Governance and Entrepreneurial Sustainability of the Banco do Brasil, and Jorge Arbachi, the Vice President of the Private Sector of Canada. Mariana. Okay, this is working, right? Okay, again, I thank the members of this distinguished panel. It is a pleasure for me to moderate it. In the case of Mr. Saceron, I'm meeting him right now. We had a chat with Jorge yesterday and got acquainted. I would like to thank everyone here for this meeting. 3 or 4 ideas or reflections that I think are essential, just to be brief and concise, but at the same time trying to be deep and go deeper in some concepts about the role of the bank. So, some essential key points. Cecilia was saying something that Jorge had also mentioned, something that I think is very important, giving context, and by doing that, giving some importance to the meeting today, and that has to do with carbon markets and the possibilities that the development of these markets provide in order to work on something so urgent as climate change, and also understanding climate change, how it affects us, and like Cecilia said, how it affects particularly developing countries or underdeveloped countries. It's not the same, but today we can see it in this way. And what she said is that we are not generating the problem in a way, but in a way we are some of the main victims when we talk about this. The same goes for Argentina, 20 to 25 billion dollars. This is just talking about the currency that the country needs. Always thinking about this quantification that is sometimes is useful for Argentina. These estimations vary year to year, but for every point that the GDP grows, we need 2.5 and or to 3 additional billions. So this is just no small potatoes that we're missing that money. And of course, you have the effects of the drought in terms of negative multiplication in our agro-industrial sector, with losses that could end up in 3% of our GDP. So the first point, it's not like we are getting together to think about medium and long term. This is here right now. And in Argentina, regarding climate change, we are suffering this in a very violent way. And also, something else that I think it's important to highlight, this is a problem that actually makes inequality worse. So it's not the same to talk about underdeveloped or developing countries. I mean, I have the impression, and Jose Ignacio de Mendiguren as well, we have the impression that this system on its own reproduces these inequalities. So it's important to intervene. The state needs to intervene in order to give it some essential goals. For example, the convergence of the different countries. Countries such as ours shouldn't be underdeveloped, but should be developing. And also something else regarding this point, the importance that Cecilia was talking about, the importance of inclusion, and I'm sure Jorge remembers when I said it just now, 40, 50, 60 years ago, development was not really aware of the environment, and it was not really completely aware of the need of developing all of the men and all of the women. So when Pope Francis spoke, I mean, you don't even have to innovate. I mean, they are talking about bulls from Paul VI, talking about the need for development. So we need to place some stress on the importance of this meeting that talk about such costly initiatives for development. Second point, and I want to be brief, this has to do with the development banking and the BICE's role. I'm sure Paula Cleary is around. She is the responsible of all of the topics that have to do with this. And she always places emphasis. Paola, I don't know where you are. She says, we are a green bank. We want to be a sustainable bank. And something that I always like to say, because Jose Ignacio de Mendiguren is always repeating this, he says, don't forget that the BICE is the financial arm of a specific public policy and a particular development policy. So as the financial arm, you need to do what was designed and to help execute from a public policy. And if the idea of development cannot leave out sustainability for human beings and inclusion, evidently the BICE cannot stop being a green bank. This is not something that we just have to do. I mean, this is something that we need to do, and we need to embody that policy. And not only do we do it with specific measures, I mean, you're all aware of the lines that we have in terms of financing for companies so that they improve their energy savings. We also have special lines for gender issues. This is not what brings us together today, but it's good to place attention on this. We always try to help these companies, but if we're talking about a company where women represent 50% of the stock, maybe 25, but they have places on the board, we finance 100. I mean, we try to practice what we preach, and this is what we do with financing for energy savings, and also from an analysis standpoint of the impact. I was going to talk about carbon markets. I think that I need to leave our guests to speak. I mean, they are the main stars today, and based on what Jorge said and what Cecilia said, I am simply going to give you a few words about the importance of these carbon markets. And I insist, I think that you have explained how important they are and how useful they can be, particularly for developing countries. There is something that we said with Jorge yesterday, not only the possibility of financing companies for better profitability and better efficiency, but understanding that they can also issue bonds. And also, Jorge, I think I understood you correctly, the possibility of developing a whole value chain associated to this in our countries, but also placing attention on this. I mean, the idea is not to go for big corporations or companies that are not SMBs. We focus on SMBs, and we have some delicate balances to strike there because as a green market and as promoter of sustainable finances, we need to help the SMBs to ride this wave so that they can start working on their efficiency and sustainability. But in the rest of the region, we cannot forget, and I know this is true in the case of Argentina, SMBs in Argentina we really have serious problems from on the outside, even in economic terms. So we need to find some compatibility with these needs. We need to ride this wave that I think it's important even for our survival as humankind, but this should not clash with the economic development that we need, and sometimes it can clash, and this is particularly true in the case of SMBs. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, and since we have two friends from a neighboring country, I would like to stress what Cecilia said, the importance of integration, but an intelligent integration. I always talk about integration. Sometimes we talk about this, and I say, more than judging reality, we need to try to understand reality and act upon it. When you are paying attention to the commercial mechanisms, the world is basically thinking about an intelligent protection and a gradual opening based on competitivity mechanisms. In this case, we have a joint strategy for the countries in the region, but that is not necessarily serving interests. I mean, those interests don't always converge, but also in the region, there needs to be a logical hierarchy. Brazil is called to be, without a doubt, the leader in the region, but it is important to work as a locomotive, not a leader that is just going to export their failures to the rest of the countries, but create a joint strategy in order to keep us from being the victims of these problems that we're not generating. So, since we are not responsible for these problems, we should be protagonists when trying to find a solution. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, I spoke during 10 minutes, like I was asked. It's perfect. Just a word, since Mr. Saceron is going to be talking in Portuguese. So if you need simultaneous translation, you can get the headsets at the back of the room. So you can do this right now in order to continue with the presentation. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to be here as a representative of the Bank of Brazil. It is not exaggerated to say that the future of mankind depends on initiatives such as this. Fortunately, mankind is becoming aware, and all over the world, we are realizing that we have only one planet. If we do not protect it, we won't have where to live. The future of mankind then depends on the preservation of the environment and initiatives that have a positive impact on the environment. I would like to talk to you about the Bank of Brazil. It's a public bank controlled by the Brazilian state. It has 51% of the shares. Most of the members in the council are nominated by the state. The president is appointed by the Brazilian government, and most of the board members of the Bank of Brazil. Bank of Brazil has received for the fourth time the title of the most sustainable bank in the world because of these activities that it's undertaking. We have $300 billion in credit operations. And this is all inside Brazil, and 1/3 of these operations are operations that have positive externalities regarding the environment and also in relation to social measures. The Bank of Brazil has 53% approximately of the agricultural financing market in Brazil. That is a huge responsibility because everywhere in the world, agricultural industry has grown by eliminating forests. This is not a reality that is exclusive for Brazil. This has happened all over the world. And as the main agricultural bank of Brazil, this forces us to walk backwards. We need to preserve the environment. We need to improve productivity, but also recuperate in areas that have been degraded in the last few years. So this bank, chosen as the most sustainable bank in the world, works with credit operations. An important part is that it makes investments on direct sowing, the financing of renewable energies, the financing of governments or provinces and states in Brazil, different regions of Brazil, municipalities, etc. And these are infrastructure and mobility investments. For example, electric buses, electric transportation in general, renewable energies. The electric grid, that is 85 to 90%, and also renewable energy sources. It's a unique case in the world. Water-based energies, wind energy, that represents 85 and 90% of energy in Brazil. A large part is financed by the Bank of Brazil, these new wind farm modalities. I mean, the bank is financing this, and we are very proud about that fact. And we are also incorporating in our sustainable development goals, such as reforestation. We have goals to recuperate some degraded areas. Brazil has 850 million hectares. Out of those, 100 million are degraded areas. And we are trying to find resources in order to recover these areas, because in this way we can increase the productivity of the agricultural industry without putting down one tree. This is our goal regarding this issue that we think is so important, that is agricultural financing. I could talk about a series of initiatives that the Bank of Brazil has regarding the preservation of the carbon markets. We are aware that in Latin America we need to regulate the carbon markets. We have the largest active forest area in the world, the Amazonic forest. Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia, all of the countries in the region that have this, and we don't have a way to leverage this and generate impact in this market. This is a challenge that we have. We need to create a regular carbon market in Latin America, but we need to leverage this value that we have from this forest and exploit this Amazonic flora. We don't need to put down trees. We need to create a value chain with products that come from nature and exporting this to the whole world. This is the idea, and we have preservation initiatives for forest areas, like I said, and agriculture financing. Just to give you some examples, this week we are going to be signing some contracts for various cases of financing using animal droppings from cattle, from pork and poultry, and together with the rest of the nature, we can produce gas in order to generate energy, and at the same time, we can create manure, we can manufacture fertilizers. We have some projects like that in the bank. We have projects in order to generate energy. Hybrid trucks, for example, we have a whole series of projects, and we are developing all of this in Brazil. Regarding the carbon projects, together with the government and Congress, we are discussing a new legal framework in order to regulate carbon markets, in order to create certifiers. In Brazil, we need a United States certifier. The largest forest area cannot depend from them. We need to create this in Latin America. And Brazil is leading this through the Brazilian government. We need to create in our countries these certifications, this mechanism to have a regulated carbon market in order to generate value for our economies. This carbon potential is a huge potential, and we need to have this conversation here at the CAF. You can't hear me? Okay, I'm going to place this mic here. Okay, like I was saying, this is a conversation that we need to have here at CAF. We need to create this legal framework, and using that, we can be leaders all over the world in order to use what we have as a reserve in our region. That was what I wanted to say for now. You can't hear me. Okay, well, I would like to thank everyone, and I am at your disposal so that together we can create this integration in Latin America, in all of the countries in our region, so that through that we are able to become leaders in the world in terms of trade, of carbon markets, and also greenhouse emission reduction, and also generate values for all economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us today to talk about carbon markets. In order to become you honor us with your presence, Mrs. Cecilia Nicolini, Secretary of Climate Change, Sustainable Development and Innovation. A special thanks to Vice President Saceron, representatives from Paraguay CAF, Argentina's CAF representative Patricia, and the entire CAF team. Thank you so much, and thank you very much to the 1,300 people who have joined us on the streaming platforms. Thank you so much for accepting CAP's invitations and BICE's invitation to be a part of this agenda in order to find out how carbon markets are being developed, identify opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean, in order to take advantage of the climate funding instruments to reduce carbon emissions and contribute to meeting the reduction goals due to global warming, and through the incentivization of value chains by generating employment, and also for the development and most important, to combat poverty in the region. The global warming mitigation and reduction goal requires the actions of many stakeholders at national level and in different scenarios. These affect us all, and perspectives are worsening, therefore affecting several day-to-day activities. Our challenge in our planet, starting in 2015 with the Paris Agreement, is not an easy task. It requires the participation of several stakeholders to achieve strong institutions, economic stakeholders with social awareness, social and technological improvement, and for all of them to speak to the environment through financial resources. This last component is the one that is convening national and multilateral financial institutions as private investors to work jointly to redirect resources towards the mitigation goals, or at least to reduce these emissions. And they become financial tools in order to invest in mitigation projects. The possibility to generate carbon credits, it will allow the developers to place value or climatic benefits of a determined or specific project and offering resources to continue betting on the same resources. It also contributes to having private mechanisms for mitigation and for economic development in the different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, because they're great generators of carbon credit, because our natural resources and our natural resources capital and the potential for renewable energies are critical aspects for the carbon markets in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's the huge relevance it has for development, and this is due to the fact that within the portion, well, we have carbon credits. So the existence of a carbon market contributes to the reduction of capital reductions, and it motivates joints, and it generates sustainable mechanisms. The global dynamics, together with national efforts for compliance, are activating carbon credit demands, and it contributes to the diversification of the offer through different types of agriculture and the blue economy. And the effect is observed in markets such as Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Chile, where we can see the groupings of smart, clean energy investments multiplying the offer to the national and the international market, as well as new sustainable business investments in the capital markets. Despite this huge potential, its voluntary participation in the carbon markets is less than 20%. The original diagnosis, led by CAF within the framework of the Latin American and Caribbean Initiative for the Carbon Markets, foresees a low participation of Latin America in the carbon markets, and this is due to the lack of competitiveness of the credits that are being generated in the region. Therefore, amongst many other factors, is due to uncertainty of associated to carbon markets linked to nature solutions, lack of harmonizations of monitoring process policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, restricted offer of standards in the hands of few, and projects diversified with qualities, national standards, credibility, and the non-existence of a funding capital market sector in light of the different projects. Another study carried out within BLAC mapped all of the project developers in the region in order to characterize them through difficulties faced when developing projects that generate carbon credits. And in this study, they identified several restrictions that the developers have, and they can be summarized by the lack of knowledge we have on the market, and the different methodologies and existing standards, scarce information regarding price opportunities and certainties due to the lack of legal regulations and lack of access to funding. We are working, however, on everything that has been developed by CAF, and we have focused in the reduction of knowledge gaps by hiring new studies, webinars that have been published in our website, consolidation of a partnership network with whom we have consolidated a work plan so that this will bring us closer to the market. And we're also launching a course on carbon markets, and in its first edition, it is aimed at development banks, and then it can be replicated openly to all those who are interested. We have developed a carbon market observatory to keep all those interested up to date with what's going on this matter. And we can have specialists contributions to motivate the development of this market. And FLAC is working to find solutions to issues or obstacles that have been identified so that the market can be a critical funding force, for example, to mitigate climate change as well as social policies and sustainable development policies. It is necessary to articulate between the public and the private sectors so that these endeavors become stronger with better coordination and integration amongst the region's countries so that we can capitalize on the different opportunities and lead to the well-being of our population. We believe that this joint work will contribute to all of this. Thank you so much. We thank you so much for your comments and interventions, and we now go on to our next session. Well, you, the photographer, don't worry. You can, take as many pictures as you want. This is a very important event, so you deserve to be in the pictures. This is live. We thank all of you who have joined through our different live broadcasts in YouTube. Thank you so much.
Claro que sí, un aplauso para ellos.
Before we continue with our panelists, we invite all of you here present and those who have joined virtually to scan this QR code. You will see this QR code on screen. This is great. Technology is working for us today. So we invite you to scan this QR code and to write the first word or the first idea, but it's just one word that comes to your mind when you think about carbon markets. So we will then have a cloud, a word cloud, to see how this changes from now to the end of our sessions. So thank you for participating, those who are here on site and those who have joined online. So please scan the QR code and write the first word that comes to mind when you think about carbon markets. So we will start with our next panel. Global perspectives and challenges of the carbon markets in our region. And this panel number 1 is called Global Outlooks and Carbon Market Trends. And this panel will include several panelists. We will then have a Q&A session. We greet Alejandra Mazariegos of the World Bank, who is joining us online to deliver her keynote presentation, State and Trends of Carbon Pricing 2023. Go ahead, Alejandra. Thank you. Can you hear me? Well, I hope you can hear me all right. Please let me know if not. Thank you to everyone. Good day. I will provide a brief presentation on the report that was launched in May on State and Trends of Carbon Pricing 2023, specifically making emphasis in Latin America. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and we'll go to our next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Ahí está. En esta diapositiva pueden ver
This is a map of the different carbon prices map to April 1st this year, we have 73 pricing instruments taxing or emission worldwide. These instruments cover 1/4 of the global greenhouse effect gases, or 23% of the emissions. And although it was a very challenging year, we've seen that governments have maintained these price fixation instruments, and some other countries have announced plans to introduce carbon pricing or to increase the existing instruments' ambitions. We saw, for example, the launching of several instruments in Indonesia, who launched a trade pricing scheme to power stations. This was evident also in Asia and Pacific region. Malaysia, Vietnam, Japan are considering options for future emission markets. Regarding Latin America, there was not much done at national level. However, there were significant advancements for the introduction of instruments at subnational level, specifically in Mexico, where several states introduced these types of instruments. And this is where the World Bank, through the market implementation strategy, worked with them so as to define policies for carbon pricing strategies and policies. Regarding emission trade market, we have several trends. However, the general trend was positive. Approximately half of all of the prices went up, while 1/3 was stable. However, one of the biggest landmarks was that the emission trade in the Europe exceeded 100 euros. However, not all of them increased. We see this slide. The Korean emission prices dropped by 30% and almost 40% if you consider inflation, which is quite significant. Next one, please. Next one, please. Despite the fact that there were some promising advancements and resilience in pricing, prices in general are below the needed levels to achieve the Paris Agreement's goals. Here you can see prices variation in the different jurisdictions who are implementing carbon taxes and have emission trade scheme. These are not just the prices differences amongst jurisdictions, but also coverage differences. The gray is the 2030 pricing according to the Commission. And for April 1st this year, less than 5% of global emissions of greenhouse effect gases are covered by prices that are equal or above the recommended price, and most of the higher prices are in Europe. In the Latin American region, all of carbon prices are below the recommended range, with the exception of Uruguay's carbon taxes. However, this tax also only applies to fuel. Next one, please. Next one, please.
El anterior, por favor.
The one before. There we go. Thank you. I think my internet connection is not good. Regarding global income from taxes or emission trade schemes, well, the trend is to increase them. In the last 2 years, the income from the different emission trade schemes has increased the recommendation, and this is done to the increase in coverage of instruments, but also because the emission trade schemes have increased faster than the taxes to carbon emissions. And this makes it important to understand how governments are generating income and how they assign or allocate taxes. You can see that most of them come from the European Union, specifically from the emission trade scheme, and most of them are allocated through earmarking. And the main issue is the existence of the legal requirements in the European Union to use a proportion of these income for climate change. As for the Latin American region, in a global sense, the ratio is quite slow and low, 1% of global incomes. Next one. Regarding carbon markets, COP26 passed Article 6, which is our biggest landmark. This is a key tool to increase certainties. However, there are still some pending issues, several pending issues to solve, especially, for example, related to the voluntary carbon markets and how this market will interact with the Paris Agreement. Article 6 creates a path for countries to use credit or mitigation to contribute to the goals. The market will continue to be fragmented, and of course, institutional investors may have some difficulties to understand how the carbon market works because there's a lot of fragmentation and as to how exchanges are carried out and how prices are fixed. For example, if somebody comes and says, what's the carbon credit price? Well, the answer will be, it depends. It depends on the mechanism, on where it is produced, geographical location, the category of the project, and of course, there are other fragmentation layers such as adjustments, corresponding adjustments, and the market will need to determine how to assess the different types of credits. I try to show the theoretical introduction of the carbon credit markets. You can see three offer sources and different types of market fragmentation. Next one, please, so that we can see the arrows. It's important to point out that the voluntary carbon market is not discrete. They can be used potentially to satisfy different types of demand. For example, there are some companies that use MDL credit for their voluntary commitments, and there are some other examples from independent credit used for national compliance, such as South Africa or Colombia. As I said before, there is no single market. However, the market is heterogeneous and fragmented, different types of supply, different offers, different types of products, and different types of demand that require different products for different purposes. This slide is a brief summary of how the segment is distributed, or one of the offer segments distributed, and this is because of several reasons, and they have different dependency levels according to the different accreditation mechanisms. Next one, please. Regarding credit emissions, these deaccelerated after a lot of growth the year before. However, there are different trends in the categories. One of them is that the independent credit emissions dropped from the maximum in 2021. They're still exceeding the previous years. In relationship to international credits, the MLL emissions increased, representing 1/3 of the credits issued in 2022. This is a big increase compared to previous years, and some are saying that this is due to the country's demand to be able to meet the first goals. Regarding credit prices, they have dropped from the historical maximum during the first part of 2022, the first quarter in 2022. This is evident, especially for the credits that come from nature. They have dropped in prices and also in emission credits. Next one, please.
Para concluir,
And to
quisiera
conclude,
finalizar mencionando
I
tres
would
puntos
like
clave.
to end by saying
El
these
primero es
three
uno de los
key
logros más
issues. The first one is
significativos este
one
año
of the most
es que la
significant
política de
results
fijación
this
del
year is
carbono ha
that the
demostrado
carbon
ser
fixation
sustentable.
policies have shown to be extremely resilient.
Los gobiernos están
Governments
definiendo, y no solo
are
definiendo, sino que también están
re-
adoptando nuevos precios al carbono. Muy pocos
are
gobiernos
adopting
avanzan
carbon
más en las
prices.
políticas de
Not
fijación
many
de
of
precios
them
del
went
carbono
back
como las
in their
eficientes energéticas
price
y alinearon
fixation
e hicieron tratar de ajustarse al
policies, and
contexto.
some try to
Y
adjust
así es
to the
necesario
context and make the
implementar estas
necessary
políticas.
changes without
Por
withdrawing
ejemplo,
or canceling
unos
these
porcentajes
policies. Some are
adicionales a los impuestos a los combustibles
making
en
some
lugar de
changes
ajustarse
in
simplemente a los
fuel
efectos de la fijación
taxes
de precios del
instead
carbono.
of altering
Luego
the
de
scheme.
dar seguimiento a
And
estas
after a
políticas,
decade
el
of
Mundial de
follow-up
renovar
to the
10 años
policies, the
después,
World Bank has
generar este
for
reporte
10 years
es
providing
muy
this
claro el
report, and
momento
it
que llevamos.
stays clear
Desde el
that we
2013,
have
son los
momentum. From
incentivos globales de fijación de
2013, the
impuestos al
global
carbono y
proportions
sistemas de comercio
covered
de
by
emisiones
taxes
han
and
aumentado de
the
7 a
emissions
23%.
market have gone from 7
Los
to
ingresos
23%.
gubernamentales derivados
Governmental
de
income
este plan
derived
se han
from these
quintuplicado,
policies have
alcanzando
also
los 5
uh,
billones de dólares en el 2022.
quintupled,
Y la acción
and
voluntaria de
the
corporaciones
voluntary
se ha convertido
actions
en la
of
mayor fuente de
corporations
demanda de
have
créditos de
become the
carbono.
biggest source of
Como
carbon
segundo
credit
punto,
demand.
quisiera
The
enfatizar
second
la
issue, I
necesidad
would
de un
like to
cambio en el
underscore the
sistema fiscal
growing
que
interest
instrumente
of
todo tipo de fijación
middle
directa de
income
precios del carbono.
jurisdictions in the
Gobiernos
generation
pueden
of
utilizar todo
carbon
como
prices.
mencioné antes,
Governments, as I
para
said
políticas
before, are
para
adapting
satisfacer las
policies to
circunstancias y las
satisfy the
particularidades
different
locales.
local priorities and
Para aumentar el ingreso y
circumstances.
compartir
For
las ventajas
example, to
fiscales más
increase
amplias, para mejorar la
income with
competitividad, para impulsar la
fiscal
recuperación
reforms, to
económica, entre
keep
otros.
competitiveness, amongst many others.
Esto resalta la
And
importancia de
this
garantizar que
underscores
los
the
gobiernos
relevance of
y personas
ensuring
claves
that
tengan
policymakers and
información
key
actualizada sobre
stakeholders
cómo
have
está implementando
updated
los precios del
information on
carbono
how they're
y también el
implementing
papel que
carbon
pueden
prices
desempeñar en
and
el
the role
cumplimiento de
they
los
can
objetivos
play in
climáticos y
compliance
políticas
and
más
meeting
amplias.
of
Por último,
climate goals. And the last
quisiera
one,
mencionar de que
I
si
would
bien
like
han habido
to
muchos
say
avances
that although
positivos
we've
en
had a
el
lot of
camino por recorrer,
positive
la
advancement, we have
planificación
still a long way
global
to
del
go.
carbono necesita
General
mejorar la mesa
climate
y también la
policies
fijación del
have
precio del
to
carbono. Esto
increase
debe mostrarse no solo con
carbon
precios más altos
pricing,
en
and
en
this
un
is
espectro más
through
amplio
higher
para todos
prices
de todas
and
las
more
regiones.
extensive coverage
Es por
throughout the
esto que
regions.
iniciativas
And that
como
is
estas
why initiatives and forums such
y
as
para
this are so
informar a los
relevant to
interesados en
communicate
todas
and
estas
inform
políticas
the
implementación
stakeholders on
adecuada
different
del plan de
policies,
trabajo
carbon
actualizado
pricing,
para
provide
recabar
updated
opinión
information,
sobre las
and
experiencias de otros países y
talk
políticas en
about the
implementación.
know-how and expertise of other countries
Y
in
con esto
implementing
concluyo la
these
reseña
policies.
sobre
And
los
with this, I
desafíos
will
de la
conclude
mitigación de precios del
my
carbono por el año.
presentation
Espero
on
haber
carbon
tenido mis
pricing
10 minutos. Gracias.
2023. I hope I have been able to keep to the time.
Acá te hago
Thank
llegar
you
esas
so
palabras
much,
porque realmente
Alejandra.
las
Big
necesitamos
round
para
of
que nuestros
applause for
políticas de
you. Thank
presentación
you
y
so
también
much
a
for
quien
your
piense
interesting
esas cosas
presentation.
sobre
And we invite you
descarbonizar
to stay so
y
that you can then be a
desarrollo y
part of our
transición. Así que
conversation.
ahora
I
sí,
would like to
de la Gerencia de Acción
invite
Climática,
Cristian
envío mi mensaje
Grisales
positivo de bienvenida
from
y
CAF,
vamos a dar
and we will
bienvenida
also
a Daniela
welcome the different
Grisales.
panelists who are
Galván,
in the room. Daniel Galvan, Officer,
UNFCCC Programs,
UNFCCC Programs,
analista
Camilo
técnico,
Trujillo, Technical Analyst,
por favor,
IETA, International Emission Trading Association. Please come
Witkowski,
in.
director del programa de
And
Climáticas y
Kelly
Recursos
Witkowski,
Naturales,
Climate Change and Natural Resources Program Manager from
remoto.
IICA. And connected online,
Acá en América Latina, y también Alicia Montalvo,
Alicia
manager
Montalvo,
de
Manager of Climate
biodiversidad de
Action and
CAF.
Positive
Antes de
Biodiversity
empezar ellos con sus
from CAF.
presentaciones y que Cristian
Before their
continúe
presentation
su
and
presentación,
before
los
Christian
invitamos a
Grisales, who's the
quedarse un
moderator,
ratito.
to
Tengo otro
continue
lugar, por
forward
favor,
with this
saquen sus
panel,
celulares.
I
Ahí
invite
los
you to
tenemos un ratito,
to
así esto
scan
lo
this
hacemos
new
entre
QR. Please,
todos. En esta mesa tenemos
let's
estos QR,
join.
una
You
pregunta que va a
need
estar
to answer
en
this
el lugar
question. Of
y los
course, first you
resultados
need to
vamos a
scan the
poner
QR
en
code, and
pantalla
then we will
nada más,
share results
Así
on
que
screen. So
escaneo
please,
el código
those who are
QR
here
y
and
los
those who are
invitamos
connected
entonces
online, please
a que realicen
scan this
esta acción,
QR
a
code
responder la
and
pregunta.
then
Ahora
answer
sí,
the question.
Cristian, bienvenido.
And now we will continue with Christian. Welcome. You go ahead.
Thank also Alejandra and the World Bank for this interesting document that has been developed and they have shared with us and enables us to have an expectation of the growth of carbon in Latin America and in the world, but also challenges to make sure that this is scalable not only in carbons but also in some other functional units that we're going to have. In that context, I would like to begin with a perspective of the private sector with Camilo Trujillo and with this question. From the presentation, you can see that there is some delay in Latin America and the Caribbean vis-a-vis the global north with the taxes and other programs, and that disadvantage is also connected to the impact with that reduction, that climate action that we're having. From IETA, which do you think are the lessons learned or the good or best practices to be implemented urgently in Latin America and the Caribbean in order to reach the expected results that we have committed to in our national contribution for 2030 and to be at the level of the global north? And you have 3 minutes. Well, okay. I'm going to try to speak up. Okay, they're managing carbon markets, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Argentine government. We missed them, and we have been working a lot with them. And Agustina, I don't know if she's here, but I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate them. Now, regarding this point, Christian, I think we need to be aware of the Latin American context. In a way, the profile of what we have vis-a-vis global north are very different. Our emissions are not connected to such industrialized processes. But let's say that when we have to manage that profile, 58% is associated to the sector. I mean, we need to develop the system and put limits to industrial sector, the power sector, and we can create larger markets based on demand. But our challenge actually is the agricultural, agro-industrial sector. We have an agricultural sector, and our trading emissions is very difficult here. We are not New Zealand. We don't know what the value of these gases are, so we need to think about the carbon markets in a different way. And I think that we have done as a region is to look at it based on these projects. Close to 30% of the credits that are used in the carbon markets come from Latin America, and we have around 457 projects in all of the region. And we have seen that, well, first, this is a lesson learned, you know, acknowledging what our position is in Latin America, but also recognizing that we have had difficulties with some projects. And the problem there is trying to improve our legislation and our rules in order to create transparent carbon markets. I would like to talk about the experience of Colombia. This is a very interesting topic. I think that Colombia, in a way, has been a beacon because we have been able to incentivize the market by means of a tax with flexibility where you can use carbon credits in order to avoid the tax. And something that has been discussed, but we have had difficulties with, is that many times Colombia tried to develop its own mechanisms. If we had waited to have the perfect mechanism, we would have had made no progress. And what's perfect, it's enemy of what's good. So the government, surely we're going to hear a little bit more of this, but we are changing the regulatory framework. We're working on that. But if Colombia hadn't started this, we wouldn't know what we need to improve. So that's an important lesson learned. Something else is that Ecuador right now has released a technical regulation for carbon projects. The case of Ecuador is very important because Ecuador and Bolivia, they constitutionally, they cannot trade. I'm sure they can explain it better, but they cannot trade natural resources. So what Ecuador did was trying to find a way. I mean, you have a carbon market. You are not saying that you're buying or selling these credits. We have to see how this process goes. 'Cause if it works, at some point they could also go down this road. Another lesson learned: the subnational states today. You have the Mexican case. 2 weeks ago, we were in a very big event, very interesting event, and the government has been unable to progress in the way we would have liked with the emissions. But what we have realized, like the World Bank said, is that many of these subnational states, they are developing and making good progress in these compensation mechanisms. I think that in addition to Uruguay, I think this is the second highest tax in Latin America, around $40, and they decided to do that with carbon pricing. They have a mechanism where 20% of what you need to pay as a company, you can use as a carbon credit. You have Yucatan working on that. We have four subnational states, and in the case of Brazil, they were saying that we are working for 2029 and 2030. And from IETA, we have more than 320 associates in the value chain for carbon market. In Brazil, we have identified that some national states are saying, I want to start with this right away. I don't necessarily want to wait until 2029 to develop this market. We're going to develop initiatives now. And just to finish, another lesson learned maybe is acknowledging that, of course, we have very robust environmental ministries, but we acknowledge that sometimes there is a lack of personnel. There are administration changes, you have turnovers, and I think that the institutions like World Bank and other cooperation institutions that are playing an important role, they are playing a major role in order to continue working with these markets, even though you have a lack of personnel. I think that has been very important because that enables the development of that regulatory framework that today is a challenge, but many countries are making progress thanks to that cooperation. I would say that those are the things that have been lessons learned. Okay, like Voltaire said, what's perfect is enemy of what's good. Now, after that image of the private sector and carbon markets, this is what IETA can grant us and what is helping at the world level. I would give the word to Danielle from the UN. With this introduction, traditionally, the main dynamic element of the carbon markets has been voluntary compensation. This is one of the conclusions that we can take from this document. However, this very same document also mentions that this element could also be surpassed by compliance markets within the framework of these quotas. In this context, what would be what can be expected of the execution of this article that is being developed by the UN, and which are the main challenges that this rule is going to bring about regarding compliance markets. Thank you, Christian. Yes, this is working. Okay, we'll leave it here. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank the CIF for inviting me to this forum. What you're saying is very interesting, and this is because countries have taken this commitment. They have decided to contribute to the Paris Agreement. There is a lot of work behind all of this that the countries have done. In our region, the countries have generated this component. It's a conditional component where these countries are committed in order to take mitigation measures. And additionally, the region, I mean, many countries have developed long-term strategies. So based on this, based on the experience that we have in MDL, there are high expectations about implementing 6.4. Article 6 has two carbon markets mechanisms. Yep. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, it has two mechanisms. One of them is the 6.2 mechanisms. These are cooperative. It's a cooperative focus that is not going to be regulated by the convention. And the one that we're focusing now is 6.4, that actually goes back to the knowledge of what was the clean development from the Kyoto Protocol. And right now, the board of this mechanism, 6.4, is requesting the convention to develop the procedures, the standards, the guidelines, so that these mechanisms can be used in a couple of weeks. In the next meeting, there's a huge list of documents that are going to be useful in order to make all of this operational. Something that is worthy of mention is that a tool is being developed so that the project developers are able to evaluate what the contribution to sustainable development is from this project. This is going to be helpful so that the countries can identify and use these indicators to feed their own commitments under these sustainable development goals. This is going to align all these objectives. Of course, this is for 6.4, but it can also be adopted for 6.2. Now, in short, all of these standards and procedures need to be ready before this meeting. There is a meeting in October, and so starting next year, we should have all of that documentation in order to have all of this working. I don't know, maybe I stop here and in order not to take more time. No, it's okay. That was 3 minutes. Thank you. Mighty interesting what you're saying, and also this is one of the great expectations that the many players in the markets have, that we are able to have a black and white regulation for 6.4 that would enable the countries to make progress in their own regulations for the necessary adjustments, and also how the voluntary carbon market can interact with that interaction. Thank you very much. And we're going to give the floor to one of our remote panelists. That's Amy Kessler from the Climate Action Reserve. That is regulation program. She's with us. Can you confirm that you are hearing us? And we have the following question for you. There have been many initiatives in order to promote standardization and to improve transparency in carbon markets. In other panels. We're going to be with representatives from the BCMI that are working on standardizing this and making sure that any unit has the same attributes for quality and electability and other parameters. However, we still have criticism on the actual impact of the mitigation, mainly in some sectors, and especially with the ones that have been developed in Latin America and the Caribbean. From your point of view, what CIR thinks are the main challenges for this standardization of these greenhouse gases programs in order to make it effective in all of the sectors? Amy, take it away.
Y muchas gracias a CAF por la invitación. Es un gusto estar aquí con ustedes conectada en línea. Bueno, primero yo creo que es importante reconocer la importancia de estas iniciativas globales en el ambiente del mercado de carbono hoy en día y que por supuesto la Reserva de Acción Climática o CAR está dispuesta a trabajar conjunto para seguir fortaleciendo el mercado y aportando nuestra experticia y experiencia de más de 20 años en el desarrollo de protocolos rigurosos y robustos, incluso del sector.
Even the follow sector, we have been working with this, and this can also generate more trust in these electability because it reduces the analysis. It's also good for the project developers and the buyers because this is very clear and very standardized, and it's in our protocols, taking into account the context of the country, even the regulation of the country. So we also have protocols that are aligned with the context of the country. That is why we have a protocol for Mexico, we have a protocol for Panama, for Guatemala, etc., etc. So we also have this standardized protocol. Now, for all these sectors, this standardization is key so that the actors can understand this and have a robust quantification, and even more important for the follow sectors, so that it's a very complex sector. Now, for this sector, it's also important to recognize the key actor for the project, and that is the land domain. And sometimes we're talking about rural or indigenous communities in Latin America. So, of course, using a free and informed consent is of critical importance for the sector in order to guarantee transparency and the participation of the communities. And that in the end, the main benefits go to these communities. And they have this level of standardization in the protocol. So this is also very important. It's important to have allies like CAF that can strengthen these institutions in order to be part of these processes and also contribute with the necessary help while maintaining the standardization that everyone needs. Thanks. Amy, thank you very much. Thank you for thinking in the South Cone. We know that you are really strong in Central America and Mexico. It is very important that we are able to bring those good practices for establishing baselines for effective methodologies for the monitoring of all of these parameters that in the end are going to lead us to the calculation of reduction or elimination, and will help to address any problem that we may have in our projects, particularly in this sector. So this effort is very valuable. Thank you very much. Now, continuing with the follow sector and going to the agricultural part, I would like to give the floor to Kelly. Maybe Kelly could tell us about this. The agricultural sector has an important participation in the emission of greenhouse gases in Latin America and the Caribbean. Camilo has talked a little bit about that problem. However, from the point of view of the formulation of mitigation policies, this is one of the sectors that has less projects for a whole plethora of reasons, methodological reasons, credit generation and the like. From your standpoint, which do you consider are the main challenges that the agricultural sector is facing in order to have better participation and an effective participation in these carbon markets, and also to make it a sector that is aligned not only with the emissions but also emission reduction? Thank you. Thank you, and thanks to the CAF for this panel. It is very important for us to have a representation, and from our institution, we see the most active and informed participation, both nationally and internationally, because in order to be part of the solution, we need to be present in those forums where we are discussing and making progress with these issues. We see that the agricultural industry has a major part to play with the emissions. Like Camilo said, this sector represents more than 50% of the emissions, of the total emissions in Latin America, 17% of the Caribbean, and the agricultural part is 1/4 of the emissions in Latin America. And there is a growing interest in this credits, and of course that doesn't surprise us because that also generates other benefits that also contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals that were mentioned by Daniel. So why isn't the agricultural part working more and becoming a larger part of this? Because the sector is expanding its credit supply, and we need to overcome several challenges. First of all, I would like to talk, from a standpoint of a producer that lives in this context of many risks, it's very difficult to determine if these carbon markets actually provide an opportunity or if the risks are larger than the incentive. There are many uncertainty and legitimacy issues. Many project developers are getting closer to these producers. We receive many requests with many initiatives, with different gases and different protocols, with many prices, different payments and penalties, and different contract terms. So that fragmentation, it's a way of the confidence and generates worry among the producers. And also, there's a problem with the data. Who is going to use the data? What are they going to use it for? You have the land, and you have many renters in the region, and that actually plays with this dynamic of selling credit. It is essential that the producers understand how these mechanisms work, and you need to promise transparency, and you need to be able to see that before signing contracts that are going to be 10-year contracts. And many times, the producers, they are older, and they are not thinking in 20 years. They are thinking of 5-year, 10-year windows. So I think that the age is 55 plus. And currently, we don't really have a lot of capacity in the region in order to determine who is actually reliable and compatible with the priorities with any country when developing a project. We also need more clarity to see if the changes are going to improve the economic conditions for the producers. Participating in these volunteer markets requires an understanding of the situation with mitigation practices, some of which can have a reduction in the productivity and cost-benefit balance. If those benefits actually generate or ensure that the producers can continue to implement these practices consistently in time, that is connected with the price of the carbon today, to see if it's actually attractive enough in order to incentivize this. We have a report that says that the price needs to go up significantly to become an actual incentive. It is important to recognize scale problems in order to have opportunities for inclusivity, particularly for small producers. Without aggregation, it's very difficult to include them. And then Finally, at a national level, we can work from the public sector. From the public sector, we can work in order to improve the enabling conditions in to facilitate process in agro by producing public goods like establishing baselines, MRV systems, strengthening extension systems in order to be able to deploy these technologies at scale with guidelines in order to improve the environmental and social integrity and also to be a central source of reliable and accurate information so that the producers can actually use these options for the carbon markets.
Thank you so much for your feedback. We see a material opportunity in the agri-business sector, but also some issues related to verification and monitoring systems so that we can have group projects to have profitability and make those projects feasible and to have effective distribution and quality of the projects and credit benefits for those who are part of these projects. Thank you so much. I would like now to pass on the microphone to Alicia Montalvo. As a result of this feedback, well, we were wondering if you can tell us, after what you've heard and based on your experience in climate change adaptation, what do you think are the main issues, the main problems that the region faces currently in carbon markets and different instruments to value the different situations in Latin America regarding carbon? Thank you so much, Christian. Greetings to all of you. I regret not being able to be there. Hi, Cecilia. I would have liked to salute you and greet you personally. Thank you to all of the BICE and CAF members. This is such a relevant topic, as you well know, Christian. Well, it has been interesting to hear Alejandra and all of the presenters before me. I say that we can summarize your question when you talk about the main issue of the carbon market right now. Well, this is we can say that we have some information biases. There is prevalence of demand over offer or supply. Latin American countries and other developing countries accept the prices. So there is not enough offer and supply in the sectors that are the sectors that interest the region's countries. That is a way of setting the prices and attracting financial flow. And this is not happening. I would dare say that right now we have more news regarding the doubts on the voluntary markets compared to good news who have to do with mobilization. We speak a lot of carbon markets, but they're not working in an efficient manner. So I would dare say that the main challenges relate to the spaces where we want to work, especially integrity, integration. I know that you have representatives from very important organizations working on this, and also transparency and clear policies and taxonomy so that we can all understand and that adapt to the agribusiness sector, where there are a lot of opportunities in the region. Issues related to impact. Carbon markets need to move the scale to change the way in how we work and to attract investments and institutionalization. This is where we need to play our roles, multilateral organizations. For example, based on the report presented by Alejandra and the reports from many other institutions, we're working to reinforce the enabling conditions so that the countries have the necessary and instruments, not just to work on voluntary markets, but also on regulated markets. As you said, Christia, we're waiting with high expectations to our next COP. And I believe that the transparency and clarity of the standards to provide support, everything that is being done will be essential. And also, in case there is no second round of questions, I would like to say that for Latin America, it's very important to go beyond carbon. You have said this in a way. We're talking about not only co-benefits, but all of the projects must be not just as a way of solving climate change, but also a way of solving biodiversity issues in Latin America. We need to work on the development of markets beyond carbon, environmental asset markets that are different from what we have now. We need to change the paradigm. I know that a lot of institutions are working on that. We as well believe that there is huge potential because in a way, Latin America is the solution to many of the problems in the fight for climate change and protection, preservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity. So I would dare say that these are the main challenges right now. And as Kelly said, it's very important that forums such as this one can play out the actions that all of the institutions must develop in order to have more healthy markets, mobilize funding, and give the right signals, and that there is not such variation between the European markets and the voluntary markets, because this is an information bias that are conditioning the working of the system. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alicia, for your participation. I'm so sorry we do not have enough time. We had planned another round of questions, but unfortunately we'll have to leave it for our next meeting. And I would like to close by thanking you, the panelists here and online, for giving us this outlook on the different focus, the voluntary focus, the regulated focus, because you provided different perspectives and an analysis of the challenges to make these opportunities real, to have the vision of the challenges and the opportunities of greenhouse emission control, and the things we need to adjust to warranty a transparent system and that can be replicated and scaled to other environmental assets. We are talking too much about carbon, but this will evolve eventually and will go on to water credits, biodiversity credits, circular economy credit, etc. So all of our efforts now, that is to say, to have sound foundations in the carbon market, this will ensure that we can have other sound environmental asset markets to contribute to climate change. Thank you very much to all of you. Well, and I thank you, Christian, for being an excellent moderator. Thank you very much to all of the panelists, the virtual ones and the on-site panelists. So thank you to each and every one of you for your outstanding input. Of course, now we have the picture, yes, and the ones who have been joining online are also in the picture, so please smile. And for us here, we will have our next speaker who will be presenting in Portuguese. So please remember, we have simultaneous interpretation from Portuguese into Spanish and English. And we thank the interpreting team who are so wonderfully helping us today. You can raise your hands if you need the headsets, please. We have our staff on the sides with the headsets, so please request one if you need it. We will now continue with the second panel, speaking on the challenges of carbon markets in the region. I invite Juan Dos Santos, expert of the Climate Center from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, will be presenting and then we will have our panelists and the Q&A session. Welcome. Please go ahead. Hi, how are you to everyone? I'm from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here before you. I would like to talk about the different perspectives and challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean. And now we will continue with the carbon market, and we will focus now in our region, and we will be speaking on the different specificities and challenges that lie ahead. What I'm going to say now is related to the ILUC context, in the sense that we need to work and develop and think about our future steps in the carbon market for the region. We have three components. We will focus on component number 3, which is related to knowledge management. We need to find common solutions. And I thank and I congratulate CAF for your initiative of having people from different environments and different countries to talk about this very relevant initiative. This is something that we need to talk about. These are all the different reports that we're working on to showcase the information related to the carbon markets in the region. We have a QR code which will allow you to access this report. The information is in Spanish, in Portuguese, and Spanish. These are the regulated and voluntary carbon market reports in the region. I would like to take this opportunity to disseminate this work, which is quite relevant. I don't have much time, but I think that it will be quite useful to everyone. I suggest you read it. And despite the fact that we're talking about this region, I would like to show you some benefits and opportunities. And for this, we must go back in time. We need to consider Article 6, the drafting of Article 6 for the development of this market. Latin America and the Caribbean regions can be big carbon credit offers. We have a good role to play in the international markets, and there are a lot of expectations at around $22 trillion towards 2050. This is data from the Wood Mackenzie University that estimates that the carbon market will reach these numbers. So it's interesting to think about the credit offers in the global international markets. These are some relevant data for you. These are just some trends that were introduced by a World Bank report that assesses voluntary instruments, taxing instruments, etc. And we see a pie chart and a bar chart that deals with only regulated markets. There's a big growth of carbon credits that are being traded in global markets. 2020 had a huge peak, and it's important to say that despite forestry's share, soil, and renewable energy, there are 170 types or more than of different projects. We have different sectors: industry, transportation, energy, renewable energy. And I say this because I think that in our next panel, we need to talk about beyond carbon and assess other opportunities that other sectors are showing. These are international data and international context. for carbon markets. We have a predominance, unfortunately, of nature, forests, etc., deforestation, and this is where we're putting emphasis. But we need to consider that we are far back, farther back than where we could be. We could exploit our potentials much more, and CAF and other institutions can collaborate in the development of all of these opportunities. You see here to the left, Latin America has 23% of the project volume in 2021 in terms of voluntary market projects. This potential is relevant, it's important. And the region, some studies say, can offer more than half of projects. So we're quite behind in relation to the place that we could really be taking up. This is a regional context analysis and country analysis. And I will very briefly show you the regulated markets. Why not so much information on this? Well, we don't have a lot of experience on regulated markets. We have most of our experience in Mexico. There's a lot of debate and conversation on the implementation of, for example, in Colombia, Chile, and Brazil, draft bills, executive orders, but we do not have a lot of experience in terms of regulated markets. And so we're not going to waste our time because we do not have much experience on that. So I will talk about what we do know, which is voluntary markets. Regulated markets are more institutional, and voluntary markets have a more bilateral relationship amongst the different parties involved. This information comes from our report, the one that I showed you through the QR code. And this is the region's profile. We have talked about the lack of data in our region. If you want to search for information on our region, well, there's not much. They're just dispersed data. There are no integrated or unified data. And of course, our surface area is so vast that it's really difficult to have integrated or comprehensive data. Brazil, because of its size, produces large offerings in terms of carbon credits. But of course, if we go into detail, we'll see that there are some other countries that have a very small share within Latin America. And if we think about projects where there are a lot of differences among them, so it's really difficult to handle the region as a whole because different countries have different profiles and their engagement and share of the markets are different. For example, Peru has more nature-based offers, and it's not the same in Argentina or Chile, who have projects that are focusing on renewable energy. So in terms of the region, we have different potentials, and we are leading forward different types of projects. And this, of course, has to do with the different sectors involved, which is what I highlighted before. We have 18% of the total volume, the total credit volume, quite low. This is from last year, 2022. And there was a region's share in the total market, which is at around the following percentages. You can see Brazil, Peru, Colombia, and Chile. This is the transactional percentage. And of course, most of them are nature-based. So I will not give you too much detail. Well, this is another QR code. If you scan this code, you will get the SWOT analysis on the carbon markets in the region. These are the weaknesses, opportunities. We will talk about the potential of the region in the first place, potential to offer different types of projects, mainly focused on nature projects and renewable energy projects. As I said before, I would like to underscore the psychosocial and environmental factors. We must understand our region as a very unequal region, so we need to place social agenda to the forefront. Another thing is that we need to take advantage of our experience regarding the Kyoto Protocol and the MDL project. Well, Brazil is the third country with the most MDL projects in the world. So why not take advantage of this opportunity to advance in conversations of Article 6 in the Paris Agreement? We need to take advantage of agreements signed by the corporations and governments as to reduce greenhouse effect gases. Companies, countries can become relevant players to offer credits to make progress. We have challenges. Well, we have the enhancement of methodologies. We have talked about this related to the forestry sector and the use of soil. There are a lot of criticism on this, criticizing methodologies, but it's relevant to have a technical view on this agenda. I also highlight the fact that we have the need to be more transparent. We need to be more transparent. We need to have institutional transparency, and CAF is an important player in the conversation. And next steps. This is what I understand as future steps. And then afterwards, we can continue the conversation. There are critical factors. The first one is the need to have a better conversation, better communication. We need to take advantage of these spaces to make progress in governance, institutional governments. That's the first issue, and then go back to infrastructure. We need to also analyze the taxonomy. We need to assess the entire value chain in the market. This is essential. We need to assess the specificities of the region and not just copy the European experience. We need to consider our own demands. We need to diversify projects. We cannot look at the forest only. We need to assess everything that we have available in the region. Another issue, technical training, availability of trained experts. This forum shows the market's interest. This helps us to understand the market's reality and the opportunities to advance in our technical skills and promote this. We will talk about trust, confidence, price control, price volatility and fluctuation. I will not talk about this because they will talk about this in another panel, but we need to control prices. And finally, but not less important, something that was said before, we need to understand the carbon market as one of the many possibilities, not the single one, to focus on our global and regional climate agenda. We have a lot of opportunities ahead of us. Well, some words, green bonds, stock exchange, SDGs or ODGs. We have a lot of opportunities, and we need to think about all of them. and we need to think of a way to make progress in this debates, in this conversation. So thank you very much, and I will stay here for the Q&A. And we will now have our next panel.
Welcome, Marta Castillo from the CAF. I also receive the panelists that are going to be with us. Adriana Gutierrez, Mitigation Coordinator from the Environmental and Sustainable Development Ministry of Colombia. Florencia Mitchell, the Director of Climate Change of the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Argentina. And Ligia Castro, the Director of Climate Change of the Environmental Ministry of Panama. Before giving the floor to Martha, who's going to be the moderator of the panel, we invite you to scan the QR code that is going to appear on screen. We also invite people following through our YouTube channel to do this as well. We are going to answer that question. I'm going to give you an instant to scan the QR code and to answer the question. We are going to share the results in an instant. So, Martha, thank you very much. First, thanks for being with us today, and thank you for accepting the invitation to this panel. We have been talking about what's going on in international trends, how this discussion looks like, and pricing and market signals that we can have in a very international scheme where the European Union has consolidated as a leader for many years, and also see what the challenges are that we are finding for implementation at international level with this new trend, with everything that is coming in the regulation of the Paris Accord, and what is going on in Latin America, what is going on in our region, how are we evolving, what is going on in our countries. And I think there are three important experiences that we have today that we can talk about with you. So very quickly, and also thinking about the participation that we have with Tatiana and regarding Brazil, just making the most of Luan's presentation. Which are the main characteristics that can be observed in the volunteer market in Brazil, and how do you see that we could have a link with these new trends and these new regulations that are coming together with Article 6 within the framework of the Paris Accord? Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. Luan talked a lot about the opportunities, both Brazil and the rest. We have an 80% of potential of volunteer market. I mean, half of this is within Brazil. Brazil, in the region, has challenges that go beyond just us. The regulations of the Paris Accord, the evolution of the market that is evolving towards a higher level of integrity. This compels us in other regions with this CAF initiatives. I mean, there are other initiatives as well. And in Brazil, we have this, and this generates more energy. Here in Brazil, we have a very specific challenge. We develop projects with low levels of carbon, and we have areas where we were not able to have discussions. Sometimes this is a big challenge in Brazil. And in this sense, with all of the potential that Brazil can generate, an initiative was created for voluntary carbon market with private companies, with the support of international entities, CAF as well, and there are other contributions and other companies in order to develop mechanisms that could help to develop this Brazilian voluntary market. Brazil, by means of this initiative and other initiatives and efforts, has created a mechanism in order to facilitate our work, project repository in order to grant more transparency to the existing projects in Brazil, the creation of a council for this voluntary market. We know that the instrumentalization of the Paris Accord was a framework, but we have a vision in order to create basis so that when everything is working, we have the necessary foundations in order to help building. Last year, we had an article that was released for public consultation, and everything points towards the building of the foundations in order to help while the regulations continue to progress and also to join efforts. Adriana, Colombia has been working in order to have an infrastructure that is able to deal with all of these different fronts regarding the regulation of the market. You have worked with carbon taxes this year, recently, with the publishing of this report necessary for the private sector in terms of emissions. How is the carbon tax working in Colombia? Well, sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize I had the mic on. First of all, thank you to the Argentine government for inviting us. Regarding your question, the implementation of the tax in Colombia is joined by a collection mechanism that actually creates supply and demand in Colombia. What have we learned? We have learned a lot with Camilo from IATA was saying. We have seen that there are certain structural issues that are of high importance and that we have to work on. One of them is the methodology and also the roles of the validation mechanisms in the market, and also the role of the buyers. I mean, it's like when you go to the supermarket and you look at the labels of what you're buying. We are not doing that in carbon markets. And this is one of the elements that we have seen in Colombia that require improvement. And that is why we are in the middle of an update process of our national regulations. We are going to look at this at a macro level, what the markets are, where are they going, what is the purpose of each instruments, and what are the main principles, and what are the transparency principles for environmental integrity in these markets. This is a regulation that actually is going to be done by the environmental ministry together with other institutions, and this is in order of I mean, we know that we have this program coming, and the first pilot implementation is going to be in 2026, and also in preparation for Article 6, taking into account that we have a certain level for the certificates. For us, the certificates need to have a pretty high level. It can be just any certificate. They need to be a certificate that need to comply a series of specific requirements. And this goes in contrast with the other programs. So we need a window to use these certificates, and we have also a higher level of demands. Well, you have touched on two specific topics, and I would like to go back to one of them. Can you tell us about causation, and if there is a particular sector that you see is stronger in order to go into the market? Well, we have had many projects. 70% of these projects are connected to forestry It's important that to have the rest of the sectors, but because of supply and demand, is most cost efficient to invest in this forest issues. I would say that the forest sector has lots of pros and cons. Among the cons, it's methodology. They need to strengthen that aspect. And next month, we are going to have a program where we're going to have the certifiers and the national programs that are going to discuss technically uh, how can we improve the accounting, taking into account that we have lots of projects that are generating more certificates that they should, and also we are going to have standards participating. So I invite you to be a part of this conversation. And yeah, also with the other sectors, some sectors are more prepared than others. It really depends on the existing methodologies and the uh, prices, because each country's they are working on this. Not all countries have everything in all of the sectors, but maybe they have it for certain types of activities, and that's what you see in the market. And that is another element that we're trying to improve upon in Colombia, and seeing which are the actors that can validate what in a more transparent way, so that people that want to work in these projects can do it without so many intermediaries. This is one of the problems that we have. We have way too many intermediaries in the market, and not all of the benefits go to the communities. Thank you, Adriana. Two things that you talked about: intermediation and transparency. Florencia, thank you very much for being with us today as a host of this event. Thank you very much. Argentina, the secretary talked about this morning. You are about to release the national strategy for the use of carbon markets. Congratulations for your effort. I think that there are two things that come to mind. Where are you coming from and where are you going? So which are the main challenges that you have faced in this strategy, and how do you see this implementation going? Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to receive you. Again, I welcome you to Argentina, and I thank everyone who's following this virtually. As you said, and like you mentioned in your opening words, we are finishing this national strategy for the use of carbon markets. This is also leveraging several projects that we have in Argentina. We participated in the clean development aspects. We had many projects, and that process that was breaking apart as other mechanisms progress, because we didn't get the results that we were expecting. That left this space so that we could rethink within the framework of the Article 6 of the Paris Accord, and that was its own challenge. We have the space to think about national strategies. And as a national government, we believe that these carbon markets are a tool for a development strategy. For us, these markets are just one more financing tool that will enable us to comply with our international commitments, but also we are convinced that these development strategy is going to help us to improve the quality of life of Argentine people. So that is why we are thinking about this. This was built, this was one of the challenges. It was built by means of the National Environmental Change Cabinet. How can we ensure that this that is going to be the roadmap for these volunteer and regulated carbon markets and some other tools that we are incorporating? How can it include the interests and the visions and the opportunities that are identified by all of the sectors, but in a way are coordinated by the national government, and the national government tries to be the main guarantor to make sure that this actually helps us to comply with our goals, and also to generate development at a national sphere, and also to make the most of everything associated to this project. What are the opportunities to generate this traction, and what is associated to these tools? What are your development for technological advancements are, and how can we associate these mitigation results that can be generated by means of carbon markets to adaptation strategies that countries like us, like Argentina and many of the countries here, we have a need to progress quickly in environmental change adaptation strategies, taking into account the effects that this is having in our territories. So within that framework, developing this strategy together with all of the sectors and making sure that this tool allows us to identify the markets, this is one of the main challenges. And to do it federally as well. So I see representatives from the provinces, we have people from Cordoba. How can we make sure that those benefits that we understand are associated, that we have clearly identified with carbon markets, actually have a national reach, and they can also generate opportunities for provincial governments in order to continue powering their own strategies that they have in all of the provinces. So this federal outlook is one of the challenges also when we are thinking that strategy. So this is what we are using to build these market strategies. That leaves us some lessons learned that have to do with the strengthening of the capabilities in all of the sectors, how we can generate more and better projects. We saw in the previous presentation, in that summary, the number of projects that we have in Argentina that is not representatives of the opportunities that Argentina has for emission reduction. We have registered 59 projects. Many of them have not generated credits. They have not been able to reach that final instance of the projects to put those instruments at the disposal of the international market. So how can we strengthen the capabilities of all of the actors, of the generators, of the developers, the certifiers? I think in the opening words they said us, how can we generate that with sovereignty? How we can generate that from Argentina with an Argentine outlook, and this is the basis of our strategy for carbon markets. Again, the planning instrument that we give ourselves for implementing markets at a national level in order to guarantee, going back to the beginning, this should be a tool that will help us to strengthen development at a national level in each of the communities of the national territory. Thank you very much, Florencia. Thank you, Florencia. You have touched upon two topics that you have mentioned several times that I think are important: sustainable development, resilient development, inclusiveness, low carbon. That is basically sustainability in the broader sense. And you have talked a lot about projects and mitigation. You know, many times you talked about all of these topics related to resiliency. This is a big bet in the region regarding adaptation challenges. How does this impact the carbon markets? Well, we are analyzing what the potential is to leverage carbon markets for financing that adaptation. Understand that this is one of the larger gaps that we have nationally and internationally. How can we finance that adaptation? And at the national level, we have financing mechanisms with funding for carbon markets. And at the national level, we are seeing which would be the different strategies that we can have. But fundamentally, what we want is being able to analyze the projects with these carbon markets with an adaptation outlook. I mean, you're just looking at present, but also future aspects, but also how does that impact our strategies and how is it aligned to our adaptation plan. So the project itself should have that environmental adaptation component for the environment, what we're doing with the private sector, how can we support that by giving them the information that we could have, because only the business knows the business, but what we can do is give them information in order to include that adaptation outlook in all of the value chain of the projects, uh, be it carbon markets or not. But in this particular instance, it's important. Thank you, Florencia. Just two words. Uh, my takeaways are the strengthening of the capabilities and integral instruments, not just for mitigation, but also to face the challenges of implementation. And one last intervention, our dear Ligia Castro, and telling you about the progress that you have developed in Panama regarding climate change. Ligia, could you tell us a little bit about the development and participation of the Panamanian market? Well, good morning. Thanks to CIF for the invitation. The carbon markets in Panama has a first component, and that is the national Reduce Your Corporate Footprint program that deals with greenhouse gases for organizations, and that represents the demand of the market. Those interested in buying this carbon credit, known as emission reduction units. In this way, the demand is made up with these organizations that actually belong to this reduction program, and this is in its third year with 288 organizations. The second component is the national compensation system, measuring greenhouse gases. This component is made up by project developers that offer these credits for sale. In the national markets, these projects should go to a standardized project in order to get high quality options. We are really placing emphasis on high quality because they need to allow not just an adaptation component, but the projects need to have the adaptation vision for mitigation. And in this component, I am prioritizing some projects for potential for these compensation projects, such as the power sector, the management of solid wastes, wastewater, and also agricultural systems, and the restoration of degraded lands for forestry projects and blue carbon. We have prioritized some accreditation mechanisms that are recognized in the volunteer carbon markets for their quality, and with that integration of adaptation, so that the national carbon market can always rely on this methodology and these selected protocols developed to date. We have five mechanisms: the CIR, the ICR, the BIBA plan, and the idea is that those who are interested in generating this can have a project that was developed in each of these prioritized sector and certify it using some of the selected methodologies and one of the five mechanisms for certification. All of this registration process is going to be done by means of the environmental transparency system, by means of the compensation system. This is the repository of all of the mitigation actions that can be traded in the national market. These are the first two stages that we had in the environmental ministry. We cannot be in both parties. So the board is made up by the superintendency of value, and the Ministry of the Environment was selected to have this exchange to Latinx. This is a company in Panama, and they are experienced in the management of exchanges in order to generate a competitive platform in lines with the latest progress at the national level, and it has the backing of the National Bank of Panama. The transactions are backed by the National Bank of Panama, and this is going to be ready to start operating in the month of November. I would like to highlight that the first stage of this Reduce Your Corporate Footprint program has been backed by a decree from December 2020. The second stage is backed by another decree for the design and implementation of the carbon markets that's dated December 21. And these three stages are incorporated both in the national climate change policy and also the framework for climate change. This is currently being debated in Congress.
Thank you so much. You talked about an important issue, which is articulation with the stock exchange in Panama. And you said that this will be in execution by November, right? So this articulation with the stock exchange is seeking to strengthen the investment component, reliability or confidence generation. What is the purpose? Well, the transaction itself in the climate transparent platform, they will have to check what are the registered, duly registered and certified projects, and then they will start to get in touch and to work with them. But the big challenge is that these two organizations who are in the compensation phase must strengthen their skills to structure their project. In Panama, we thought initially that to structure a project for the carbon market would be overnight, to get an overnight certification in that with just one thing they would get everything. But to structure a project such as this will take a year. It has to be well structured, well organized, and certification may take over a year. And once you get the first check after 1 year execution, well, then just then start to recover the investment in certification and the first year execution. So in forestry projects, you can have 50, 100 years in which during 1 year you will grow, and then for others, it will be less. But to recover the investment, well, the investment uh, recovery can take up to 5 years. So we have to make it very clear to those who are coming into the carbon market. It's after 5 years that you can get profits. And another thing is that we are putting emphasis on the fact that the communities that are linked to these projects, rather than beneficiaries, they must become partners. This project should deploy green economies and strengthen the skills and capabilities of the communities with green improvement. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sorry we don't have much time. I could stay here for ages. Climate change sometimes was thought of as wasting your time in university. And, remember the World Cup and how they compensated emissions. So we have been talking so far about so many things: transparency, capability strengthening, uh, comprehensiveness. It's not just mitigation that we need to consider, but also adaptation, green economy, inclusive economies, as mentioned by Florencia, and the Colombian case, which is also important about the issues of transparency and causation. So let's think now about our results from the QR and QR scan. So please, the Staff, can you help us out with the result? For the first scan, the question was, what do you think is the main advantage in Latin America to empower carbon markets? I would put my glasses on. Well, 66% natural capital, clean energy, 16%, 11% previous carbon market expertise. That is to say, Latin America, according to the audience, is actively working on nature-based solutions. And something that was also mentioned and where we need to work a lot is to define methodologies to articulate the co-benefits that can be brought about through carbon transactions, but of course, always remember the co-beneficiary asset beyond capture or the reduction of GHG emissions. And let's go to our second question that we obtained through the scanning of the QR code. Let's see whether we can see the answers. So, what are the main barriers for Latin America to become successful in the carbon credit market? 20% clear rules for international negotiation, clear rules of game, clear national governmental rules, 36% transparency, funding of projects. It's not so important whether you have the resources, but rather the rules of the game, 10% access to knowledge and technology, and 23% complexity of the markets. So this is the audience viewpoint, and this, of course, is also reflected in our conversations. Thank you so much for engaging. Thank you to the Argentine team for hosting this forum, and thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you for being the moderator of this wonderful panel. Now, please stand up for the picture and smile. Those of you who are online, you will also be in the picture. This is the time. Big smile. I would like to thank all of those who are joining on the YouTube channel from Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru. We're also posting in our chat box. And we thank you and we greet you. In a couple of minutes, we will have a break. But before that, I invite Dorothy Pai for her case study, Microsoft Blue. Dorothy Pai, CEO, Microsoft Blue. So they're setting up the microphones. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for engaging in our surveys via our QR codes. Please come to the stage. I have already introduced you, so take it away. The floor is yours.
Buenos días a todas y a todos. Soy Dorothée Pi, la CEO de Microsoft.
I am Dorothy, CEO, Microsoft.
Ahí, Dorothy tiene una presentación. Perfecto. Es esta.
Dorothy has her presentation. This is it. Thank you. Microsoft is a social company created in 2008, dedicated to three main activities. The first one is carbon. The second one, service on environmental issues, mitigation and carbon certification, governments, ministries, and NGOs, and interested parties. And the third one is development, implementation, and management of low carbon projects in the international markets, as well as the Agreement of Paris. We were created 15 years ago, and this year we are celebrating our 15th anniversary. From the beginning, we have been committed to carbon reduction, and this has allowed us to show the feasibility of innovative projects with strong impact on ecosystems. Also, with this objective in mind, we have focused our work in the understanding of the local needs so that we can provide reality-based solutions. These are our ODGs within our programs. We have 3 programs. This is in Article 6.2, Paris Agreement. I will introduce this today. And the other one are internationally voluntary markets in Peru, Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. This is to meet the SDGs. The Tukiwasi was executed under the bilateral framework signed between Switzerland and Peru. It is funded by funding agencies, the Climate Sense Foundation and the CLIC Foundation. Funding includes implementation of 40,000 kitchens in Peru. This is cookeries rather than kitchens. After another pilot project, it is executed under the Gold Star methodology. As part of this program, we have worked in an articulated manner with the financial institutions and the organizations from Switzerland and Peru. We jointly coordinated with academia and certifying public institutions, improved cookeries to strengthen and coordinate efforts through new technologies in Peru. Progress made so far. We have carried out 2 public surveys, one in 2018 and one in 2022. We invited the involved ministries as well as those interested in these issues, such as the housing ministry. We also invited national funds and programs, potential operators and carriers, and NGOs and other companies interested in the program. There were 2 national programs for competitive selection of carriers, through which 4 carriers were selected with whom we're working currently. We carried out the first deployments and we concluded the design documents that were approved by external auditors. To date, we have installed 8,500 enhanced cookeries over the 40,000 that must be deployed by 2024. The first international transfer mitigation outcomes between Peru and Switzerland have been attained, and by November 2024, we will have final results. Political context in Peru. In Peru, the Climate Change Act was passed in 2018. This act defines the role of environmental ministry, and it states that the environment ministry will be in charge of deploying the national registry for mitigation. In 2019, the act was regulated, and by 2020, in accordance to the Paris Agreement, Peru has updated its NDP, national contributions, and of course, this compared to the basis scenario. And by July 2022, the executive order was published, and this validated the mitigation of the National Registry for Mitigation, and the Environment Ministry launched a public survey. Lasted 30 days, and due to the number of comments received, the final version of National Registry for Mitigation is still ongoing. It's still pending. Future challenges. The first challenge is the deployment of the National Registry for Mitigation measures or actions without which we cannot comply with the certificates for Switzerland. According to our last report from the Ministry of Environment, this National Registry should be finished and officialized by the end of this year. The second challenge is the validation of the project, validation of the design documents on behalf of the Swiss and Peruvian institutions. As I said, these design documents were validated by an external auditor last year, and, well, she corrects us for this year, and they were submitted to both environment ministries a few months back. However, the Switzerland Environment Ministry have indicated that they will not be able to validate documents before Peru does. So they need to wait for Peru to validate them. And they have also indicated that they want us to use a default value for the biomass renewability factor, which is an external scientific source for validation. As is of general or public knowledge, there's some conversation underway at international level to reinforce the integrity and robustness of the carbon methodologies. And this is generating anxiety in the countries that are recipient of the ITSMOS certificates, and therefore they are requesting that we have default values for that. On our side, we are expectant to be able to adapt, but we request that academia are involved so that they can also validate these national data that will be employed in the different methodologies. This is a key issue to consider because, of course, program contexts are different, geographical locations also vary. In Peru, for example, the Amazonia region represents over 60% of the national territory. So a default value of 30% of the non-renewability factor means that there will only be 30% of biomass that will not be renewed. Although this can be justifiable for an Amazonia project, it is not very realistic to employ the same value for programs in the Andean regions, such as the Tuquihuasi project. So we have to be very careful with this, because the use of these conservative numbers or values can interfere with the deployment or the implementation of the project, because the emission reductions can be reduced to a half, for example. So economic sustainability of the project, of the program, depends on these two issues. And to conclude our future steps on our side, well, they need to establish communication channels with the different ministries. We need to include academia in the debates. We need to do advocacy with interested private companies. We need to make all of the impacts and benefits transparent. We must show the integration with other proposals that have been developed for the NDCs. And of course, we need to showcase economic harm in case these investments are not carried through or are not made. And another important concept is the inclusion of academia and scientists in the conversation so that they can support and contribute the adjustment of the methodologies involved. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dorothy. We will now have a 15-minute break. We invite you to relax just for 15 minutes. So remember, we have to be back in 15 minutes. For those of you who are joining us online, we would like to tell you that after this 15-minute break, we will be holding our next session on
Muchas gracias por haber respetado los tiempos.
Thank you for being respectful. We have an interval for those that are going to require simultaneous translation. You can go and get your devices right now because surely you are going to be needing them for some of the speakers. So everyone that needs simultaneous translation, you can go to the back of the room and get one of the devices. So we're going to move on. You can, of course, join the conversation by using hashtag Mercado de Carbono and mentioning at Agenda CAF and at BICE_G. Thank you very much to all of those people that were interacting by means of these hashtags and these accounts. We are now going to continue with the third and last panel for the day. We are going to be talking about integrity and pricing. And for this presentation that is going to give way to this discussion, I'm inviting Gabriel Macedon Santamaria, the Executive Manager of Entrepreneurial Sustainability for the Banco do Brasil. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, it's a huge satisfaction for me to be here in the name of the Banco Brazil, to be part of this network and to share our experiences in sustainable financing, particularly when related to carbon markets. We are going to leave that on screen for a while. Now, talking about the precedents of the Bank of Brazil, we thought about banks that want to promote this transition to an open economy. This is controlled by the federal government, but it has more than 70 million customers and many other actors with whom we interact. This is a trajectory that started in the 80s, a long time ago, but which we continue to make progress with actions, specifically now thinking about businesses that bring an economic return, but that also have a positive environmental impact. We tried this based on credits. Cicerone, our president, said some time ago that we have very important work in credits and the question of sustainability. We have the most sustainable bank in the world, 2023, and we want to train our sales force, 85,000 people that work for us, so that they can actually offer those kinds of solutions to clients. I am later going to send you this material so that you can read the fine print. These are the instruments. All of our employees have indicators, and they can assess all of these matters. They can explain sustainability, and we have an agenda that is looking towards the future because we want to contribute and we want to collaborate when attaining the SDGs and the Paris Accord. So these are our goals. We have 300 million reais, and the objective is to reach 500 million. We want to be an important player in renewable energies. We are the main financer of the business in Brazil, and 50% of our portfolio is already sustainable. We are always thinking about the social aspects as well. We support states, municipalities. We work with responsible investment. We are thinking about climate matters. We evaluate diversity aspects, and we are going to talk about an axis that is very important, that is the positive impact in the value chain. And one of our objectives is to help in the conservation and renewal of 1 million hectares in all of the Amazonia region. We want to work in the decarbonization, and we want to work in the carbon market where we have an important participation today. Brazil has a serious opportunities regarding its power grid, like renewable energies. We have lots of forests, lots of diversity that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And taking into account all of this and considering all the opportunities and this mission, this vocation of contributing in order to decarbonize and to have a better future, we, and actually we do this, we have in our portfolio solutions for the voluntary carbon markets because we don't have a regulated market in Brazil. We support our clients in the development of projects, and when I say support, what I'm saying is that we support the investment. The client doesn't need to have the knowledge. The bank has startups, and what we do is linking. I mean, we make the investments, we develop the projects until they are internationally certified. I'm going to explain a little bit of this further. We want to avoid deforestation, but we are also focused on working on carbon and the gas market and resources in general. We have a client base, and many of them companies that want to be carbon neutral in the future. So what we do is that they buy these carbon credits in order to set these operations, and this is a competitive advantage that we have in this market. What we do is many companies don't really have the maturity to take these first steps, which is to count the emissions. So what we have today is a consulting format in order to offer support to these companies. And then based on this first snapshot, what we do is we either finance with credit in order to reduce the emissions, or we help them in the offset of these emissions. So we have a very innovative initiative. The Banco Brazil sold property and it accepted carbon credit as payment. And this is a way to incentivize this market. This is a new market. It's a very recent market. This is the first project that was signed by Brazil. We want to reduce the damage, reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. We want to promote Brazil. Brazil is not different. It's a big country, and we're all the time looking for alternatives for growth. We want to preserve and protect our environment. And when it comes to preservations, one of the main initiatives of the country is working in the market, in the carbon markets of the country. We have commercial markets, and these credits are sold in order to compensate the damage produced by greenhouse gases. In Brazil, this is voluntary, but the regulation progresses every day. We want to structure it to reduce the emission by 25%. All of the potential in this is huge, and it offers important opportunities for other sectors, such as industries, transportations, agricultural business, and the forest business. We have seven initiatives of this type in the middle of the Amazon. In the northern region, we find many opportunities to transform our landscape. This story started 40 years ago in Cruzeiro do Sul. Because of the potential to generate carbon credits, many companies negotiated with the locals, but these proposals were not accepted. Combining, reaching the local people took a long time. Someone told me we have a proposal that appears to be serious because the Bank of Brazil is involved. The idea is that the population. I apologize. The video stopped because I'm going to tell you this because it's interesting. We're talking about a family, 4 sisters, and they have 7,000 hectares, and they had them for the last 40 years. There is no profitability in this area. It's a very difficult area. It's a very difficult region. The Bank of Brazil identified the potential. They identified a potential client to generate carbon credits. We talked to the family, we made an investment, and they received a very important resource. And that place can be preserved, and you can think in 30 years. So it's important to think about these projects that actually are aware of the importance of the social aspect. We are talking about the importance that this project or projects like this had in the community, just to show you a practical case. And we can talk about the differentiators. Bank of Brazil, why do we work with these carbon markets? This has to do with our strategy. We want a positive environmental social pact with economic profit. Here in the Mato Grosso area, we were able to identify areas where we have agricultural activity and forests and plants. And who are the customers of the bank? Because I can actually make an offer that is specifically tailored to those possibilities when we have the possibility of working with carbon credits based on the place. And I'm thinking about renewable energies. For example, when I'm going to finance a project, I want to see with whom I'm going to be working and if that can be connected with some carbon-based project. The idea is that we want ways to expand the business. We have lots of capillarity. The brand is very important because this is a new market in a way, but there's also lack of certainty. When you have a strong brand like the name of our bank, it is different because you can grow in a safer and faster way. Some other aspects working are these alliances. For example, we work as the Bank of Brazil, but by ourselves we cannot get anything. We have allies, we collaborate with startups, we have developers that offer support so that we are able to deliver these solutions. And we can talk about the relationships with the clients. And just to finish this, I would like to tell you about some experiences. These are projects that are already in development, and in this first wave, we are focusing strongly on solutions based on nature, avoiding deforestation. Here, you have 500,000 hectares of preserved forests only with these projects, and lots of money in credits every year. For example, here we have a biogas project. This is the first biogas project that is going to be signed and co-signed this week in Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. And here are other projects that are close to implementation. I wanted to tell you a little bit about our experience. I'm very happy to be here. Hopefully other companies can join this effort and join us so that everything works better. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you, everyone. Well, thank you for your presentation. All right. We are now going to continue with this third panel. I'm going to invite Carlo Pitio, the Vice President of the BICE Bank, and Daniel Ortega Pacheco, co-chair of the expert panel of the ICVCM, please. Frederick Perron Welch, CAF consultant, Matthew Greninger, Vice President of Sales of Silvera, and Maria Elisa Volmer, the Data Project Management for Veridios AI, and George Holger for VCAI. Before giving the floor to Carla, I'm sure she's going to do very well. I invite you to scan the last QR for the day that's going to show on screen. Remember that when we finish, we're going to have the answers that you provide for us. Scan the QR code. Everyone that follows us through YouTube can do it as well, so that we can have the answers. Carla, thank you. Can you hear me? They asked me to bring the microphone close to my lips, so I wanted to salute to everyone who's been following this event and everyone that has joined during this morning. I wanted to thank from the BICE, this organization, together with CAF, with the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, the group of Jorge Arbache, who's the vice president. Thank you, Jorge. And also thank you, Gladys Genoa, for the support and the initiative and the level of each of the panels that we have witnessed during the day today. So, before closing, we have this last panel where maybe we are going to be able to summarize the experiences that translate into some diagnosis regarding some of the weakness that have been exposed during this event in the carbon markets. But this is not going to affect our focus. These are new challenges, but two of them have been mentioned. One is connected to the fact that we are still working on generating integrity criteria by means of these principles. We are creating general principles that would enable not only to the purchases of carbon credits to verify if those projects that they are supporting and investing in are actually contributing to the mitigation or reduction of emissions. But also, on the other hand, the development banks, and from an institutional standpoint, this is a huge challenge that the development banks have all over the world in order to oversee what is it that we are guaranteeing with our contribution by commercializing a project that, again, needs to actually bring a benefit that has a positive social impact. So this lack of integrity criteria sometimes resonates as a weakness. And another thing that came up has to do with the lack of information and lack of data. This was mentioned by our previous speaker, Juan dos Santos, and he talked about the difficulty to find institutional data, and this actually weakens our potential as a regions in order to have social and environmental benefits. And it's important also to have, and that is why we have this panel, to have the experience of good practices that from some institutions we want to hear from. We want to know what is being done and how this is being implemented in order to minimize these weaknesses that are present today in this carbon market systems. So I'm going to introduce the members of the panels. We're going to give them 5 minutes. Two of them are going to be speaking in English, so maybe you will have to switch the channels to get the translation. The first speaker that we have today is Daniel Ortega Pacheco from the Integrity Council of Voluntary Carbon Market. He is also a former Minister of the Environment, and it's very important to have his presence today because there is an experience about public consultation that has been carried out regarding the general transparency and integrity principles. It would be great for you to tell us about this. So, welcome.
Agradecer realmente a CAF. Creo que con
Thank
este
you so much for your kind introduction. I would like to thank CAF, an ambassador to the region. You have been doing this for a time now, and I am saying this today because it materializes the integrity ecosystem. I am part of the Integrity Council, and we'd like to ensure integrity coming from the credit offering. And we have the representative of BCMI that represents integrity from the way you buy them and how they contribute to the stabilization strategy. And then we have institutional funding organizations who play a relevant role, and rating agencies such as Sibera, and they are the ones, some are the ones who are providing technology, because it must not be something that's expensive, it must be systemic. So I thank CAF because jointly, we will be able to materialize an integrity ecosystem. Integrity is not built by a council. It is built by all of us. It's a co-responsibility, co-liabilities, right? Co-accountability. So we are the facilitators of integrity, but then we have the accreditation agencies who are also a part of this. So I will talk about integrity, what it's all about, what contributions they can make, and some steps from CAF so as to have a regional integrity program as a differentiator. I believe that if we have learned something from CAF's initiative, ILAC, well, competitiveness, it's not just about quality. This has to do also with the fact that you can be a different or a differentiation agency, and you can enable the Latin American region to be different from credits generated in the northern the global north or Asia or Africa. So to have a project that's criticized and it has no capability to answer to scrutiny, then it's over. We've seen this, of course, and of course it's a good thing to have public assessment or public scrutiny, but then we need to reply in an agile manner. Of course, nothing that's different from other capital markets. So this is integrity. Integrity is an enabling factor for liquidity, which is something that all of the markets need. We need to know that any carbon credit, whether it's in Argentina or Brazil, has the same quality with the same quality stamp as in Europe. So integrity theory of change is very simple. Build integrity and you will continue scaling. And this is why I talked about the public consultation. In order to hold these essential principles that we have proposed as a minimum threshold or standard for what quality and standard and integrity stand for, we needed to have all of the stakeholders involved. Apart from all of the comments sent, we need to talk to the indigenous populations, indigenous communities, and we have talked about three big issues which have to do with the solving of the scrutiny and the criticism. Well, this has been made especially to the nature-based solutions, right? Doubts on the integrity, environmental and social integrity. We have seen several critiques from different parts of the region that are talking about how this affects the human rights of indigenous communities. So civil society has pointed this out. So this is a healthy practice, and this involves a maturity that we did not have 5 years ago. That is why we created the Integrity Council. And so this if tomorrow we will go towards the model in Panama, we need to have assets that can be linked to future contracts and not become just another asset as it happened to the real estate sector. This has to be sustained in time. Although it's true that the nature-based solutions are the ones that are mostly criticized, they account for 30% of global solutions. There is no tool that can be that has such an urgency. And the only instrument that we have to deploy, to mobilize the resources that the public sector will not be able to cover is the voluntary market. So I think that our main interest as a region, this is open to the rest of you so that we can materialize this integrity market to generate awareness. These are just tools. You can review them and you can be a part of our working groups, which are built on this logic: robust governance, transparency, and accountability to make sure that we have environmental, social integrity. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danielle. Very good. You have stuck to the time allocated. And as I said, we have online guests. We have a representative from experts and voluntary carbon stakeholders who are working on the elaboration of these principles of integrity and transparency for carbon markets. So this presentation will be done in English. I hope you have received translation. Good day. Can you hear me? It is a pleasure to be a part of this conversation together with this distinguished panelist. I regret so much not being able to travel to Buenos Aires. I will introduce myself in Spanish and then the technical part will be done in English. So I am George Hodgetts. I work at the Association Voluntary CAF Integrity Market in cooperation with the different countries. I will go to English.
The Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative is an international non-profit organization with a mission to enable high-integrity voluntary carbon markets that deliver real and additional benefits to the atmosphere, help protect nature, and help accelerate the transition to ambitious economy-wide climate policies and regulation. At VCMI, we believe the potential of voluntary carbon markets can only be truly realized if they operate within a high integrity framework, as Danielle was just explaining, and that without a clear high integrity rules on both ends of the market, that means supply and demand, voluntary carbon markets will rightly continue to be viewed with suspicion and companies will be afraid to invest, meaning their potential may never be achieved. So far, we've heard what high integrity means on the supply side from Danielle, but what does it look like on the demand side, and what is VCMI doing to achieve this? Well, on the demand side, high integrity simply means the use of carbon credits increases overall greenhouse gas mitigation rather than substituting for existing action. In that respect, VCMI recently published our Claims Code of Practice, which presents a rule book that sets out the guidance on how companies can make voluntary use of carbon credits as part of credible, science-aligned net zero decarbonization pathways. The Claims Code provides clarity, transparency, and consistency on what these commitments and claims mean, which are three pillars of demand-side integrity. And these will give confidence to all those engaging in voluntary carbon markets. The Claims Code is the result of 2 years of research and engagement with stakeholders across all sectors and regions, including road testing of a provisional version published in 2022 and 2 public consultations. The Claims Code has deliberately been designed to work in collaboration with existing standard setters and to align with and complement their work, increasing clarity for businesses, their stakeholders, and the wider public. One example is the requirement in our Code of Practice that once readily available, companies will purchase and retire ICVCM core carbon principle approved credits. Further technical modules on the code are being finalized later this year, including additional claims tiers and an on-ramp, which will together provide a pathway for a company to be able to make one of the VCMI claims we have already published, so platinum, gold, and silver, and increasing the accessibility and reach of our work. We will also be working with a small group of early adopters to demonstrate climate leadership by being some of the first corporates to make a VCMI approved claim later this year. One other relevant strand to this forum of work that I wanted to mention is our Access Strategies program. This program helps host countries, so those countries where carbon credits are generated, access and understand the opportunities and risks of engaging with different carbon finance mechanisms. Through this work, we are partnering with organizations around the world, including ICA, CAF, UNDP, and Japan's Article 6 implementation partnership to help countries with the potential and desire to access carbon finance flows build their capacity and readiness to engage in voluntary carbon markets. At VCMI, we see this work as equally important in securing a thriving end-to-end high-integrity carbon market ecosystem as our work on the demand side of the market. And in May, earlier this year, we published the VCM Access Strategy Toolkit, a document that will be made available on our website in Spanish, Portuguese, and French next week. The toolkit was designed based on lessons learned through technical assistance pilots delivered in partnership with Climate Focus and UNDP, and the resource provides guidance for jurisdictions who are looking to work with the likes of VCMI and other development partners to promote an enabling environment for high integrity VCMs in support of their climate, biodiversity, and economic prosperity goals. I'll wrap up just by concluding that based on lessons learned from our engagement with policymakers in different jurisdictions across Latin America and the Caribbean, it's very clear that both more technical support and innovative financing solutions are needed to help quality carbon credit projects get off the ground and scale up in order to make meaningful contributions to the Paris Agreement goals. I think this kind of support is really an area where development banks have the potential to make the most impact in supporting readiness for and the proliferation of high integrity carbon markets. I'll stop there. Muchísimas gracias.
A ver, ahí de vuelto. Muchas gracias, George.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your input. And going back to what you said regarding the relevance of cooperation processes and partnerships, we will now give the floor to one of our panelists, Frederick Ferren, who is a CAF consultant and who has also been working in the development of general principles and criteria for projects that are guidelines to the Latin American Development Banks, Latin American and Caribbean Development Banks. You have the floor. Go ahead. Hi, how are you? I will do my presentation in English.
I'm here with the CAF as we're working to develop some principles and criteria on the voluntary carbon markets. I'd just like to note that I'm coming from Canada, where we're currently having our forest fire season, and we're currently at over 10 times the amount of forest fires that we normally have every year, and this is all due to climate change. And I expect that the melting Andean glaciers are a advanced warning for the summer next year here in Latin America. Speaking about international financial institutions, they can play an important role in shaping financial flows and ensuring that investments in the voluntary carbon markets have both socioeconomic and environmental integrity. Historically, international financial institutions haven't necessarily placed environmental integrity and social sustainability at the forefront of their efforts. Projects have been designed and funds allocated for economic development, with safeguards developed to mitigate the worst impacts of these projects. It's not a sustainable approach over the long term, nor is it in keeping with the principle of integration in international law and the UN Climate Change Treaty and Paris Agreement, where poverty eradication and development, environmental protection, and respect for human rights have to be integrated. In terms of human rights, I'd like to point out the latest generation of rights, which are clearly applicable in Latin America, such as the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, on peasants and other persons living in rural areas, and the latest declaration on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Given the critical importance of long-term environmental and social sustainability for nature-based climate solutions, a disjointed safeguarding approach isn't really adequate for this. There's a role for international financial institutions like the CAF to set forward-looking principles and criteria that are aligned with legal obligations found in multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Paris Agreement, particularly Article 6, the Convention on Biodiversity and its Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and also the UN Convention on Combating Desertification and its Land Degradation Neutrality Goal, which is found in SDG 15.3. It's important to make sure that voluntary carbon market work is linked to the principles of the Paris Agreement, particularly those on internationally transferred mitigation outcomes that are subject to the robust accounting rules that have been adopted under the Paris Guidebook. This speaks to the issue of no double counting of internationally transferred mitigation obligations and the possibility that this will have an impact on nationally determined contributions in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Projects that are undertaken in this scheme have to lead to lasting change and not just a tokenistic approach to ensure long-term environmental integrity and social sustainability, and particularly poverty alleviation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So the principles and criteria that the CAF will be developing will need to apply both to project design and project implementation, monitoring, auditing, the whole chain of implementation, which will ensure that the kinds of impacts like poverty alleviation and environmental integrity are actually successfully achieved over time. I think that many of us know that forests can only achieve 15% of our overall mitigation obligations for the 2 degrees Celsius goal. So it's particularly important that in relying on nature to furnish this offset, that there is very high integrity, as we are putting quite a lot of burden on people and nature and not providing them with adequate resources this time. So I think the initiative that we have here and the greater integrity can play an important role moving forward to make sure that we actually have the full range of sustainable development outcomes rather than a kind of very simple focus on a project, building a schoolhouse, leaving a few dollars behind and expecting the local population to maintain the forest in perpetuity. It's not a practical approach. And I'd like to conclude there. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Frederic. Pusiste algunos temas en agenda que si bien no se habían soslayado.
We have talked about several issues that we contain in our agenda, and you exposed them explicitly, everything related to development with inclusion, as we said at the beginning, a comprehensive approach, eradication of poverty, and the relevance of allocation and funding policies and allocation of resources with a strategic vision, with this humanistic vision, which is based on the fact that all of the segments should be included in this in order to achieve general well-being. But of course, nobody can be saved on its own, so we need to work in partnerships. So thank you so much for introducing these concepts. And now we will have Matthew Renninger, Vice President of Sales, Silvera. This is an institution that seeks to improve transparency in the carbon markets, and we will request him to present on the evaluation of carbon credits through a ranking metric that has been established to rate integrity and quality levels. So please tell us about Silvera and what they're doing in this respect. Thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us today.
For having me, and thank you very much to CAF and the Argentine government for inviting me here today. First, what is a rating, and what is a rating in the carbon markets? I'm sure many of you are familiar with ratings like Moody's or S&P, and Moody's and S&P are looking at a probability of default, and what is the probability that an entity, either a government or a business, will default on its credit obligations, its debt. When it comes to carbon credits, what Silvera is looking at and what other rating agencies are looking at is the probability that one carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of carbon either sequestered or avoided through the retirement of that credit. And I think for years there have been proxies for quality being used throughout the market that have been a bit of a false proxy. Are they on a specific registry? Are they in a specific country? Are they removals versus avoidance credits? And really what Silvera has found, and I think what other rating agencies have found, is that there are really only 2 ways to ensure quality within a carbon credit. The first way is to ensure that you have project type specific frameworks when you are evaluating carbon credits. And what I mean by that is that there are specific risks that happen with REDD+ credits or ARR credits, and there are specific risks that happen in renewable credits and specific risks that happen in direct air capture credits. And if you're not looking at those specific risks, you may miss some of the key indications of quality. The second way that firms like Silvera look at risk is by looking at 3 unique pillars for quality. The first one of those pillars is looking at the carbon score, and a carbon score for us is looking at, is a project accurately reporting on its sources of emissions? And again, this is where a project-specific framework really comes in handy, because when you're looking at a REDD+ framework for REDD+ project, for example, you want to make sure that the deforestation that the project is reporting is actually what is being observed. Whereas when you're looking at a renewables project, you might want to be looking at energy and grid data as, in what the project is reporting. Secondly, we look at additionality, additionality of activities, as well as additionality, financial additionality, making sure that the revenues from the carbon credits are what is really driving the activity, and it's not a business as usual scenario. And then the third thing the third pillar that we look at is around permanence and ensuring that the carbon that is being either sequestered or avoided is for an atmospherically significant period of time. And that, you know, there's a huge role that development banks can play in this specific sphere. Carbon credits today are about a $3 billion market, and according to Bain Consulting Group, in order to meet the obligations of all of the corporates that have a 2030 net zero goal, that needs to be a $50 billion market by 2030, and that is a 60% compound annual growth rate. And the problem that we have today is that project developers are in need of funding. Investors that are, and banks that are looking to fund these projects are looking for assurances that these will be high quality projects. They're asking insurance companies like Aon and Chubb to insure these projects, and the insurance companies are rightly saying, well, investor, if you don't want the risk, why do I want the risk? And the poor corporates have the same issues that they've had for years, which is making sure that they avoid any reputational risk, any greenwashing claims. And so this is really a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for development banks to really help fund these projects and bring high-quality carbon projects to market using those pillars. So thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Matthew.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much to all of you. And you've incorporated a new topic, which has been mentioned, but it is related to certainty and confidence to investors. And of course, we need transparency for this, and we need to have clear data, not just on revenue and profitability, but also the quality of the projects. So this is a way of, I insist, not just providing confidence, but also minimizing risks that any of these projects might bring about. So thank you so much for introducing these concepts. And now we will pass on the mic to our fifth presenter, Maria Luisa Vollmer. She will be addressing the audience on the Viridios projects, which in a way, I don't want to spoil your thunder, but this has to do with the tools or the instruments that you are employing today to make information more transparent on the voluntary carbon market. Of course, there's not a lot of regulations, but a lot of efforts are being done to have regulations. You have created this platform, so we want to know more about this new platform.
Okay, thank you, Kav, for the invitation. I think that if something has been talked about in this meeting, is the complexity of the market. We start looking for credit. What are the value that the project offers? Are they high quality? Are they not high quality? And that is why we created Viridios. This is a platform where we add data from a system. At this point, we have 16,000 projects all over the world, and we created a taxonomy so that the participants can understand what the offer is, and to have a global vision of what is going on in the market. So part of what we offer is a transparency to these projects and the pricing. So every day we get quotes from supply and demand on the market, and we cross-reference that with the data that we have on the projects, and that is how we can make the calculations of the pricing of that specific project, but also the AI can extrapolate that to other projects where maybe the visibility is not as high. Something else that is interesting is that even when you're planning the project with certain attributes, understanding what the attributes of the projects are, you can have a curve of the expectation of the price for the project given those attributes. So it's a tool that actually gives transparency to the market regarding how much I should be paying for this project and what is the value of the portfolio. So right now, not only are we talking about quality, we are also contributing transparency in that sense. And when talking about visibility of the projects and the quality and the pricing, we have realized that the value of the credit has to do with four main points. First, of course, the quality. Then the country, where is the credit coming from? What is the institution behind the credit? We have regulations, there is demand. And what are the institutions that are behind that project? For example, if we have credit for forest conservation in Colombia, that is going to have a premium on top of a project coming from Brazil, because the idea is that the institutions to protect the forests are stronger in Colombia than in Brazil. This is one of the factors. Then the type of project, other people here have talked about the difference between reducing emissions and removing emissions from the atmosphere. So we have a spectrum, renewable energies, $1 up to $150 for a project with new technologies. So there's a whole spectrum. And also, finally, the contributions for sustainable development. A carbon project is not just a carbon project. We have a huge project when we talk about sustainable development and contributions. And we see in the market that those in the volunteer market value these contributions. If a project has good safeguards and it's contributing, if there is evidence that is contributing, there is an important premium to consider. When we saw that this year, we realized that when projects contribute to, for example, life underwater, we can see a premium of up to 8%. So that is telling us is that the market values these benefits, these added benefits, for example, improving ecosystem services, contributing to the resiliency of these coastal communities. So that is great news. This is the market saying this is something that interests me. I'm interested in the mitigation effect, but I also want to contribute to the sustainable development in the region. So the takeaway is that we're well positioned in the region in order to be able to provide service and cover these 4 points. And I think we have a very good opportunity and we have lots of potential to foster that level of quality and foster high quality developments. And also supporting the market in this region. I think this is a very important moment, and these conversations that we're having are happening at the right time. So again, thank you, CAF, for organizing this, and I'm thankful for this opportunity of having these conversations. Well, thank you. Thank you. I forgot about something. I apologize for those of you that requested it. Remember that at the very beginning, we actually asked a question. Now we're going to have another QR and we're going to repeat that question regarding what is the first word that comes to mind regarding carbon markets. But after hearing this intervention, so now we're going to have a closing by Gladys, and she is going to perform an analysis to see if we had changes in the appreciation or the perception of what the carbon markets are. I want to thank the panelists and also I thank our speaker, and I think that the experience that we are taking away, because that was the purpose of the panel, about the experiences of the institutions that are working on these criteria and guidelines is useful for the development banks in Latin America, particularly, I say this in the name of our Argentine Development Bank and also in the name of our board and also our president, Mariano de Miguel. This also helps us and enables us to create a roadmap in order to maximize the integrity and the quality of our credit, and in this concept of also placing these carbon credits in the agenda that can be created in the region and in Argentina. Thank you very much in the name of the whole board of the bank and our Secretary of Industry, Jose Ignacio de Mendiguren, and I am thankful for this cooperation, for this activity that has been, we are proud to have all of you here. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for being an excellent moderator for this panel. Please stand up for the group picture. We can have a picture for this panel. Maybe stand a little bit closer together. And we are close to the end now. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all of them. Thank you very much. I am sure that this has been a very interesting and productive event where you have heard very interesting reflections and ideas. And I want to invite Gladys Genua, the Programming Director of the Private Sector for CAF. Welcome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying until the very end. Both of you here in the room and everyone connected online. I think this has been a very interesting event. I'm going to be very brief because people want to have lunch at this time. So I just have to say that in this event we had a whole journey related to everything that has to do with the carbon markets. We have seen the international guidelines, what's going on all over the world, what the strategies are that are being adopted all over the world. In the second panel, we were able to hear about the experiences in countries in the region and the challenges they face, the strategies that they have adopted that are different in each case, that enable us to have raw materials in order to exchange best practices and be able to coordinate much better in the regions and to have common elements for the development of a regional market. And in this last panel, we were able to talk about relevant issues that were identified in the two first panels that we know are up for discussion regarding the voluntary market, integrity, pricing, transparency, and the quality of the carbon credits. As development banks, we are very much interested in supporting all of these challenges that have been identified during this event. We had the experience of a Banco do Brasil, Microsol in Peru, so there is such a large diversity of actors involved in the market that we want to implement from CAF and with the support of the 13 development banks that are forming this initiative. We want to work in the solution of these problems, identifying these opportunities, strengthening and working on integrity, transparency, and support the developers and the governments in order to establish mechanisms that enable the development of these markets at a regional and national level. I have to read the results of the questions. What was the first word that came to mind when you heard about carbon markets? This is the first cloud where you can see words like opportunity, sustainability. I don't know, what's the red one? Financing, thank you very much. Development, integrity, green, climate change. Then we repeated the question at the end because we wanted you to leave with more knowledge after the event, and we wanted you to be able to see more of this, but actually the cloud looks pretty much the same. Opportunity and sustainability now have similar levels. Sustainability and development is growing, and I think that and regulation is increasing. Yes, you see more green there. And what we see is that the big takeaway is that this is an opportunity that the region needs to make the most of. All need to work together because this enables us to leverage sustainable development. So we invite you to lunch. Thank you, everyone. And the next steps are that we're going to continue working on this effort together with our partners like BICE and Banco do Brasil and others that are integrated, and all our development banks in this initiative in order to strengthen this market. Thank you very much again. And of course, thanks to our host, who was very good. Okay, well, I only have to tell you, like she said, we are now going to have our lunch. That is going to take place right here, and we're going to be sharing that with you in the name of CAF, the Development Bank, and the BICE Bank. We thank everyone who was here with us presentially and virtually. Those of you interested in watching the presentations, they can do that by means of the YouTube channel. Thank you very much and see you soon.